Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Okay. Good morning, all. Welcome to IIT Delhi. I am Ratna Das, Senior Library Information Assistant of Central Library IIT Delhi. Before I start, I would like to request you all to keep your mobile phones silent or switched off so that we can enjoy every moment of the event. It's an honor to welcome you all on this very special occasion of Curtain Raiser of ETD 2026, the annual Library Day, and our third clan meet. A day set aside to acknowledge and celebrate the invaluable role that our library plays in the educational journey of every learner. Today's occasion is especially significant as we mark the curtain raiser of ETD 2026, a prestigious international event that will be hosted by IIT Delhi from October 23rd to 25th of this year. The symposium is being organized in collaboration with the Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation, a global organization dedicated to promoting open access, worldwide visibility, and long-term preservation of electronic theses and dissertations. Hosting ETD 2026 is a matter of great pride for IIT Delhi, as it will bring together scholars, researchers, librarians, data scientists, AI experts, and academic leaders from across the world to discuss the future of digital scholarship and knowledge sharing. Today's curtain raiser marks the beginning of this important global academic engagement and highlights our collective commitment to research excellence and open knowledge access. On this occasion, we are also celebrating the annual Library Day and acknowledging the important role libraries continue to play in supporting learning, research, and innovation. I extend my sincere appreciation to our librarians and staff for their dedication and contributions. Their commitment ensures that the library remains a welcoming and resourceful haven for everyone. Due to the urgent IIT directors meet here, IIT Delhi just upstairs, the director could not join us as of now, but if situations permit, he will be here with us and give away the awards and bless us. I wish ETD 2026 a great success and encourage everyone to engage with the library and its resources actively. The call for submission is still open till May 30th. With this, may now I request our esteemed dignitaries to graciously come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of knowledge and wisdom. So now may I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the IGNOU, Professor Uma Kaljilal Ma'am, the Deputy Director Operations, Professor Ramesh Gaur sir, Professor Babu Alapat sir, Madam Kiran Chauhan, Dr. Arora, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul Ma'am, Professor Madhan, Ms. Anamika ji, R.K. Sharma, and Dr. Neeraj Chaurasia to come to the dais. Can we have a big round of applause, please? The Saraswati Vandana will follow this auspicious occasion after the lighting of lamp. Thank you. Change kar do. So our team will now perform Saraswati Vandana. Over to you, team. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Uh, so moving on to the session, now I would like to welcome our honorable guests. Now I would like to invite Professor Uma Kanjilal Madam. She is the Vice Chancellor of IGNOU. For the felicitation, I would request Professor Babu Alapat sir, the Chairperson of the Advisory Committee for the Library. Please, ma'am. Can you have a bigger round of applause? Thank you. May I now take the privilege of inviting our respected Deputy Director Operation, Professor Nema sir, to receive a live plant from Professor B.J. Alapat sir. May I now request Professor Ramesh Kausar, who is the Dean of IGNCA, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and also the Conference Committee Chair of NDLTD ETD 2026, to receive a live plant as a token of appreciation from our side. Now I would like to invite Professor Mosam, a renowned. Okay, so he's not here, so moving on to the next. Now may I request Professor M. Madan sir, Director OP Jindal University, Haryana, to receive a live plant from Professor Babu Alapat sir. May I now request Dr. Sangeeta Kaul ma'am, Director Delnet, to receive a live plant. May I now request Ms. Anamika Chaurasia, Senior Director and an accomplished corporate leader, to receive a light plum. May I now request Ms. Kiran Chauhan, Director DRDO DesiDoc, to receive a live plant. Now I would like to request our Chairperson Advisory Committee for the Library and a Professor of Civil Engineering, Professor B.J. Alapat sir, for his welcome address. Before I invite him, let me give a short and quick overview of him. Dr. Babu Alapat is a Professor of Environmental Engineering at IIT Delhi. Since 2023, he has been also serving as a visiting professor in the Department of System Energetics and Environment at IMT Atlantic. As a postdoctoral researcher of École des Mines de Nantes, France, Dr. Alapat has made significant contribution in the areas of incineration techniques, fluidized bed reactors, and solid waste management. He has authored more than 200 research papers and is an active member of several expert committees. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. It's my pleasure, it's my honor, it's my privilege to be here in front of you, standing on the dais, welcoming you a warm welcome to you. I don't know whether it is warm or I should tell cold because it's too hot outside. So maybe I will tell you a cold welcome to you to the IIT Delhi, to this function. And you can see I stand here on behalf of the Central Library of IIT Delhi. I wish to call it Central Library family. You can see this color. This is the color of the Central Library today. You can see us in this color. We are here to celebrate the curtain raiser function of ETD 2026. It's a international symposium, 29th International Symposium on Electronic Thesis and Dissertation in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. This symposium will be held here in IIT Delhi in the month of October in collaboration with the Networked Digital Laboratory of Thesis and Dissertation, NDLTD. Many people would come in October. I hope in October weather would be much better than this. And we have many dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my job is to give a try to welcome them because I know there are a lot of people, a lot of participants and delegates from all over the country, from west to east, south to west. First, I welcome, I'm so happy to welcome our Deputy Director Operations, Professor Arvind Kumar Nema. We are actually colleagues in the same department as well. And of course, we did our PhD also together in IIT Bombay. I should mention that. I welcome Professor Uma Kanjilal Madam, Vice Chancellor of IGNOU. Thank you, Madam, for coming over here. Welcome. I welcome, Madam is our chief guest today in this program. I welcome Professor Ramesh Gaur, Professor and Dean, IGNCA, and he is the conference committee chair of ETD 2026. Welcome, sir. I welcome Professor Mausam. I think he's not here. He is a professor in our Yadi School of Artificial Intelligence in IIT Delhi. I welcome Dr. Jagdish Arora. I think sir is not here at the moment. Maybe he will join after some time. And I welcome Professor M. Madan sir, Director, Global University, OP Jindal University, OP Jindal Global University. I welcome Rajesh Singh, sir, University Librarian of Delhi University, Dr. Madam Sangeeta Kaul, Director, Delnet, Madam Anamika Chaurasia, Senior Director from Clarivate, and Madam Kiran Chauhan from DRDO. I'm sorry if I have missed any name because it's quite possible at my age it can be missed. Sorry for that, in case I have missed. And also I extend a cool welcome to all delegates from all over India. And today we not only celebrate the curtain raiser function of this ETD 2026, we are celebrating our library day, annual library day, also third client alumni meet, and also we are going to unveil the new website for our central library, IIT Delhi. And I think there are many programs, and some programs are perhaps surprise as well. So I don't want to break the surprise. So I don't want to tell you everything about the program that will happen today morning. So I welcome everybody, all the dignitaries of the dais, on the dais, and everybody who have assembled here, all the students, all the awardees, all the faculty from IIT Delhi and elsewhere. And I could see some of my old colleagues sitting here from IIT Kharagpur as well. So I welcome everybody, each and everybody. Thank you very much. And I hope that we will have a fruitful experience. You will have a fruitful experience and memorable experience in IIT Delhi. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your great insight. Now may I invite Professor Ramesh Gaur, sir, Conference Committee Chair, NDLTD ETD 2026, to kindly address the gathering. But before that, I would like to introduce about him briefly. Professor Ramesh Gaur is a distinguished academician, Fulbright scholar, and internationally recognized expert in cultural heritage, digital archiving, and knowledge management, with over 34 years of professional experience. He currently serves as Dean at the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. A global leader in heritage preservation, he is the first Indian member on UNESCO Memory of the World International Advisory Committee and has contributed extensively to safeguarding documentary and linguistic heritage worldwide. A prolific scholar and speaker, he has authored or edited 22 books, published over 70 research papers, and delivered more than 800 lectures across 25 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. So on behalf of Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation, I extend a very hearty welcome to all of you to this curtain raiser for ETD 2026. Eminent guests on dais, chief guest of today's program, one of the very eminent and on which we are proud of this entire library community, Professor Umakant Jilal, Vice Chancellor of IGNO, chairperson of today's event, who is chairing this inaugural session, Professor Arvind K. Nema, who is the Deputy Director of Operation IIT Delhi, Professor B.J. Alawat, Ms. Kiran Chauhan, and my dear friend, Dr. Navi Hassan. If this is the situation of curtain raisers, Navi, I am telling you that this hall will be small for the ETD 2026. You have to prepare for a bigger hall for the event. ETD 2026, which is the third conference in India, it began for which I'm having honor of hosting the first ETD conference in India when I was at GNU in 2015, which was followed by in 2021 by InfluMnet Center, Gandhinagar, and now this is the third event. Electronic thesis and dissertation, a concept which was coined by Professor Edward Fox, who is considered father of this particular movement in the world, sometime in late 80s or early 90s. And under his leadership, this institution called Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertation was established in 1996. And the first ever ETD International Symposium on Electronic and Thesis and Dissertation was held in 1998 at University of Tennessee. And this is the 29th ETD conference. Since 1998, regularly it is being organized. Even during the COVID, conference was organized in UAE in an online mode. So we can say that this movement, which was started by Dr. Fox, is happening across. And this conference has reached out in all continents and have presence almost all important countries. I was having honor of working with Professor Fox as a Fulbright scholar in 2003. I was at Virginia Tech under his supervision. And that was the time I came across about this concept, ETD. And after returning to India, we were fortunate enough that Professor Jagdish Arora is right now not here, who is a librarian at IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, and he became the director of InfilmNet. And with his initiative, Mr. Pavan Agrawal, who was the director in UGC, we initiated how to proceed this concept of ETD in India. And that way, first meeting was held in 2005 under the leadership of Mr. Pavan Agrawal. We drafted the guidelines. And after that, Dr. Arora, he constituted the committee. And the first ever open access repository, Sodh Ganga, was created and launched in InfilmNet. So after that, we have not looked beyond, and we have moved forward in this direction. And we can say proudly that India is one of the first countries having so much data under open access thesis and dissertation. I think it has crossed more than 5 lakhs, maybe more, because I have not updated about that. So we can say that after US, the largest ETD movement has taken place in this country in terms of open access to thesis and dissertation. So far, libraries of India, university libraries, academic libraries are taking lead in that. But this movement is just beyond open access to thesis and dissertation. One way we can say that even open science concept came later. This open access to electronic thesis dissertation was the first things to came in the context. And in this context, NDLTD done has very good work in terms of metadata accessibility. There are more than 6 million records available under global ETD search. But when we talk about open access to electronic thesis and dissertation, many countries are still having the closed access. So there's another challenge that how to open up all the electronic thesis and dissertation. That 6 million which we have the record should be accessible. That's one of the aim of the NDLTD. But more than that, this movement, it is not just an annual conference. It is a movement which promote research. We have ETD Leadership Award for the PhD student. We have ETD Leadership Award the supervisors for faculty. We want that it should be a combination of all stakeholders, and our researcher and academic research department are very much part of the overall concept of NDLTT. But somehow we need to create that kind of awareness. We need to bring them together. So this particular conference is aimed that this conference, which is going to be happen in October, should not only be attended by the library community, our researcher, our research supervisors, everybody should be part of it. Because what we are going to discuss is the research, not just thesis or dissertations. And in the context of new development in this country, like India is again the leader in having one nation, one subscription, which is the unique concept world over, and the kind of lead Indian government has taken. This is much appreciated because the single window access to so many resources, hardly any other country is having that kind of accessibility. Even we have taken lead in terms of research ethics when plagiarism regulation 2018 was enacted by the UGC. I was having honor as one of the member of that plagiarism draft committee. Even other countries are not having those kind of regulation. When we discuss this concept in other countries, many countries feel that this is a very welcoming step by India, and we should have these kind of regulation in all the countries, because sometimes such mandatory regulations are required. So there are a number of other things which we are going to face in coming age, and artificial intelligence is the one which is having both great opportunities as well as the challenges. Now, this conference is going to discuss all those challenges. It may be like, what is the good use of AI, what are the ethical use of AI, and also what are the things which we should guide our students about the don't and do's of AI. So that's another area where we need a lot of collaborations from people from the artificial intelligence, people from the research community, because as a library community, we may not be having many roles in those areas of research process and research writings, because things comes to us later only. So I think this ETD 2026, if you see the overall themes and sub-themes, has a lot of scope to bring everybody together. Another important thing which we feel we should discuss at ETD 2026 is that after the National Education Policy 2026, what we have seen that there is a lot of focus on Indian knowledge system, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, which is basically a neglected area after our independence. And why it is so important? Because a person coming from the culture field, I am personally engaged in translation of manuscripts and preservation of manuscript. In Gyan Bharatnam, we have already identified near about 75 lakhs manuscripts. At IGNCA, we have digitized more than 6 lakhs manuscripts, and we have been translating. And these manuscripts are not just on our Vedic or Puranic traditions. It is on the mathematics, on Ayurvedic traditions, on astronomy, on astrology, on all kind of subjects. I will give just one example. Take example of medical sciences. Our total focus is on modern medical system. I don't say it should not be there. It should be there. But at the same time, we are totally neglecting our healing practices, our Ayurvedic traditions. Over the last many years, our healing practices, our Ayurvedic traditions have been neglected, and we have been labeled that these are the Neem Hakims. So we have disregard their contributions and importance. We did a survey and documentation of healing practices in 3 states, Arunachal, Sikkim, and Manipur. I can say with complete conviction that 95% of population of these 3 states are still lie on Ayurvedic and healing practices. They don't have even accessibility of modern medical system, and they are healthy as we are. They are bone healers, they are touch healers, there are so many healing practices, and these are all family-based practices. So what we need, we are not saying that we should replace modern medical system with that. It has to be there, but we need some kind of integration, certain kind of element which can be treated without any antibiotics. We have those kind of alternatives. So we have to look that kind of integration with modern medical system. And it is not just about the modern medical system. It is about all disciplines. So this conference can also discuss like how we can think of integrating our Indian knowledge system with the research. There's so many topics which we have opportunity to discuss. And I'm sure this conference will be different from other 2 conferences organized by me at IGNU or InfilmNet, because the focus was library community. My request to Navi, because he's such a dynamic and such a hardworking person. You can see the kind of preparedness he's making almost 6-7 months in advance. The efforts he's trying to reach out each and everybody, that this conference should become a new milestone in enhancing the quality of research in India. We should try to convince one of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Umakant Lal is here, and we should try to bring many academicians, great academicians to discuss and deliberate upon how we can enhance the quality of research in India beyond just a thesis awarding, except examples of IITs, but other university research is something lot to be improved. So I'm sure that this curtain raiser may create a buzz or a kind of give more attention to the people that this kind of event is happening, and I'm sure now we will try to bring in on table all the stakeholders from all these disciplines, and I'm sure that ETD 2026 is going to be a great success. And my request to all of you, please help us, not just a participant, but also as a collaborative organizer with us. Sangeeta Kaul is here from Delnet. We want Delnet to contribute. We want InfilmNet to collaborate. We want all library associations and research bodies to come together to make this event, which can yield certain directions. Because what is happening, NDLTD is being now looked in US as a redundant organization. Like, because I'm one of the board of director and chair of the research and member of executive committee. We people from Asia and Pacific are trying to give some more inputs, and we are saying no, it may be redundant in US or Europe, but in Asia Pacific, it is still very much relevant, because what objective you have already achieved in those parts of the world be still to be achieved. So I'm sure that this conference is going to be one of the very important conference. And with this, I thank Dr. Navi Hassan and entire team for the great work, and I wish the conference great success. At the same time, IIT Central Library is celebrating its annual day. Congratulations to the entire team. And we are proud of IIT Library team, and whatever work we are seeing in the leadership of Dr. Navi Hassan, it must be appreciated. He is truly doing excellent work, outstanding work. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for your great insight. So now I would like to request Ms. Kiran Chauhan to say a few words, please.
Good morning, everyone. All the dignitaries on the dais, all the organizers, and all the technologists, researchers, scientists, and students present here. Very good morning to you all. And it has been a pleasure coming to IIT Delhi for this curtain raiser about the electronic thesis and dissertation 2026. As you all have come to know, that I come from DECIDOC, DRDO, which is a special library catering to the needs of all the scientists and technologists in across the various DRDO labs. So mainly working in the defense sector. So it is a pleasure coming to here in this curtain raiser, and I'll be there in the conference as well. So all the very best to this curtain raiser as well as conference, and this topic, electronic thesis and dissertation in the age of AI, is a very relevant topic, and we should discuss about the current trends, tools, techniques, research ethics, about all these things in this curtain raiser as well as in this conference. So all the very best to all of you, the organizers, with best wishes, and thank you to all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. For your knowledge, I would just like to announce something that we are also streaming on YouTube Live. The NDLTD ETD members have already joined us on YouTube. So, ladies and gentlemen, may I now have your attention to a special moment of this event, the curtain raiser for our upcoming event, ETD 2026. Get ready for an exciting preview of what lies ahead as we unveil the vision, highlights, and experiences planned for this much awaited event. Let us welcome the ETD team members, led here by Satveer Chauhan, a BTech in Computer Science and Masters in Library and Information Science, who with his team members developed this ETD website, the submission portal, and all the innovation that you will see today. So let us begin the curtain raiser. Mr. Satveer, over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. So I would request all the dignitaries. Okay, so shall I drop the thing? Right. So on behalf of all of you, I am just cutting the ribbon. I was expected you to cut the ribbon, but still, I think ma'am can do that. This privilege, yeah, right, ma'am. If you can, down. Just click, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. And once again, good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates, speakers, guests, and participants joining us today. It's a truly pleasure to have such an inspiring gatherings of mind under one roof. So first and foremost thing, I would like to take you to the website and show you what we have. So first thing and the foremost thing is we have extended the deadline of abstract submissions, extended abstract submissions. So it will be now 30th May. So the people who still want to submit and have ample amount of time and they can wrap up their manuscript and submit, right? So also I would like to take you to there are various options where you can submit your contributions. Like there is full paper, there is experiential papers, there is lightning talk, there is poster presentation. So we have number of categories of submissions, and we have number of topics where you can submit your manuscript. Like we have foundational topics, we have evolving topics which is there regarding to the ETD and AI. And we are also going to have like very unique thing this time to the ETD, and we are introducing it. So it's a Ideathon. I want to take you to the complete concept of Ideathon. So yeah. So Ideathon, the concept of Ideathon is, so we are going to bring different brilliant minds together to collaborate on particular problems and challenges of library, the world, the real world scenarios problem of libraries, and we are going to give them opportunity to think about those problems, to solve the problems, and collaborate together to create some prototypes. So this will be having like around 2 to 3 hours of time, and it depends also if somebody has some concrete idea, so we can extend it a bit more, right? So people at the conclave will be having the option to participate in group, or they can form their teams. Like-minded people can join together, and more than 2 people is required for forming their team, and they can then solve the real world challenges of library there. So there is opportunity that there is no limitation on tools which you can use. You can use any tool, Chat GPT, Claude, any tool, whatever you are, comfortable with. So you can create a prototype. You can, submit your, mock-up workflow to solve that problems, right? So even after that, they are going to give some presentation, 4, 5, 6 slides after completing this challenge, and then they can pitch regarding their ideas. And we are going to have a prize for the Ideathon also. So apart from that, I would also like to take you, for I can see a lot of industry people have joined us today also. So I would also like you to take to there we have sponsorship opportunity, and become our partners and join us in this conclave, right? So we have a few of the tiers, like platinum tiers is there, gold is there, silver tier is there, and bronze is there. Of course, there is then option to become a sponsor also. So they can, select their tier and right away join us. And for the people who are willing to join us on this conclave, so registrations are already on. So early bird registrations are going on till the 30th June. We have option. So to get a bit of discount on early bird, like Indian delegate, if somebody wants to join, right now the pricing will be 5,900, and after that, that will be increased to 7,080 rupees, right? So early bird is available till 30th June. So this is a great opportunity, and I think yes, yes. And one more interesting thing is that 2 industry sponsors are already joined us. So one is Clarivate in the platinum sponsorship tier, and the other one is VeerSoftTech we are having. So you can also, their visibility on our website is already there, so you can see that, right? So thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us today, and I hope I can see you all in October as well. Thank you so much. So would like to also tell that we have the ETD 2026 WhatsApp channel created as well. So for the live update regarding the ETD and what are the program going on, so you can join this channel today onward. Just scan this QR code and please join us for the latest update regarding the ETD.
Thank you so much, and we are all eagerly waiting for this event to happen. So it's now time for another special moment in today's event, the official launch of the new library website with chatbot features. May I now request the team lead, Dr. Mohit Garg, Assistant Librarian, to kindly come forward with closely associated team members, Mr. Sudhanshu, Mr. Nikhil Raj, for the official launch of the website. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ratna. Okay. Respected Honorable Deputy Director, Operation Professor Arvind Kumar Nema, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, IGNOU, my teacher, PhD Supervisor, Professor Uma Kanjilal, ma'am, ACL Chairperson, Professor BJ Alapat, sir, Conference Committee Chair, NDLTD, ETD 2026, Professor Ramesh Gaud, sir, distinguished guest and colleague, Namaskar. Today marks a very special occasion as we inaugurate the new library website developed with a vision of creating a future-ready and integrated with multiple digital platforms and services. Before moving ahead, I would like to invite my 2 members, Mr. Sudhanshu and Mr. Nikhil, and who have dedicatedly countless hours and tremendous effort to make this website a reality. I request every one of you to give a huge round of applause to my two team members, please. I would also like to sincerely acknowledge that this website has been designed and developed under the visionary guidance and supervision of our head librarian, Dr. Nabi Hassan sir. His continuous encouragement and leadership made this initiative possible. The website has been developed using the open source Python web framework Django, which provides scalability, flexibility, and integration capabilities. The website is designed with a holistic approach and includes a role-based access control for different sections to ensure secure and efficient management. It allows us to integrate multiple applications and services which we have already integrated, like some of like OpenLX and fetching up the data from LMS or DSpace like that, into a single unified platform through APIs. This is just a very brief about the library website. And now I request Honorable Dias to please inaugurate the website by clicking on the Caesar icon, please. Most. Click on Caesar. Yes, click. ऊपर तरफ. Thank you. Jai Hind.
A big round of applause may I have for the great and outstanding effort by the team. So now we will play a short video on Clan Look Back, showcasing the bond, connectivity, contribution, and engagement of our library interns alumni network.
ये कहानी है दोस्ती की, ये कहानी है यादों की, दिल्ली सेंट्रल लाइब्रेरी की गलियों से हमारे प्यारे क्लीन सदस्य।
अमूल की आइसक्रीम और अमूल की चाय कैसे भूल पाओगे बोलो मेरे भाई। नवोदयम का डोसा, नवोदयम की थाली, हरनी वाले में बसी है यादें निराली। सीसीडी की कॉफी पर बातें हजार, कभी काम कभी मस्ती कभी हंसी बेशुमार। कैंटीन के समोसे और लंच की लाइन, इंतजार में भी लगता था सब कुछ फाइन। आंटी की चाय का स्वाद निराला, एक कप में मिलता था सुकून का उजाला। दोस्त की शादी में फुल धमाल, डांस फ्लोर पे सबका कमाल, बिना इनविटेशन पार्टी में जाना और बिना टेंशन के मजे उड़ाना गया। यहाँ की दिवाली पर जलेबी की मिठास, होली पर गुजिया रंगों की बरसात, ईद की सेवइयां दिलों को जोड़ती थी। हर त्योहार में दोस्ती और गहरी होती थी। दोस्तों के साथ रात भर पारी करना, उन पलों को कभी ना भूल पाना। आईटी दिल्ली के वो मजे वो कहानी, जिंदगी में फिर कहाँ मिलेगी वो जवानी। और मस्ती कहाँ पाओगे, लाइट की डीजे फेस को बहुत मिस करोगे। लाइट्स म्यूजिक वाइब सब याद करोगे। जब जाओगे बहुत याद आएगा, जो अकेले में तुम्हें घुमाने ले जाता था। हर कोना हर रास्ता तुम्हें बुलाएगा। आईटी दिल्ली हमेशा तुम्हें याद आएगा। ये सिर्फ फेयरवेल नहीं, ये कहानी का अंत है और यादों का जीवन भर का संग है।
Wow, what a beautiful video it is. So let me clear that. It's a AI generated video, but it comes out very beautifully, I think. Really, it deserves a big round of applause for my dear colleague Vijay and his team. I think all of the clan members, after seeing this video, have become a bit nostalgic. Am I right? Can you say louder? Yes. Yes? I can't hear you. Yes? Okay, a bit low energy. No issue. So moving forward to the next session, the award ceremony. Now it is the time for the Best Library User Award for PhD and Masters and Bachelor students of IIT Delhi based on library usage. May I request now Dr. Neera Chaurasia, Deputy Librarian and Chair of the Award Committee, to come to the dais and say a few words about the awards and the winners. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, a very good morning to all of you. I once again welcome you all in this beautiful campus of IIT Delhi. Now we move to a special occasion that is recognition and celebration and presentation of our Best Library User Awards for our own students of IIT Delhi. Before we announce the awards winners, I would like to briefly talk about these awards. The Best Library User Awards have been instituted by the Central Library to recognize and encourage our students who make exemplary use of library resources, services, and the facilities in support of their academic learning, research, and intellectual growth. To ensure a fair and comprehensive selection process, a committee was constituted to finalize these awards and awards criteria. Based on various measurable parameters and data-driven assessments, 3 students were selected by the committee. These 3 students are from different categories. One is from PhD, other one is from masters, and third one is from bachelor degree category of students. The aim of these awards is basically to promote the vibrant culture of reading and also the research and knowledge sharing within the IIT Delhi community. May I now request our respected Deputy Director Operations, Professor Arvind Nema sir, and also the award recipients to kindly come forward for facilitation of these awards. Each awardees will get a cash prize of ₹5,000, also a certificate of honor and a memento. In recognition of these outstanding and meaningful use of Central Library resources and facilities. First, I would like to invite first recipient of Best Library User Award from PhD category, that is Miramuddin I from the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. Basically, he's from same department of Civil and Environmental Engineer from there both of these faculty members belongs to. So many congratulations and a big round of applause to our PhD student for getting such kind of award. Thank you. Yeah. Next award winner is from our master degree category, and he's Kshitij Kumar Bahuguna from Department of Physics. He's not in the campus actually, so he has deputed someone. Rabindra Kumar Pathak, are you there? Please come. So he is intern at IIT Gandhinagar. I think he will come after some time, then we'll give the cash prize. We are not giving you cash prize as of now, because we need to get a receipt also for receiving that. Thank you. Yeah, our next prize is recipient of this UG category, Tamajit Das. He's also from Department of Physics. I invite you, Tamajit, please come on dais. So many congratulations to all the award winners, and let us once again give a big round of applause to all these winners, and we hope that continuously they will come to the library, utilize the resources, because a huge amount of our budget is going to the library resources and also in maintaining the resources. So thank you once again, and once again I welcome you all. I think you will enjoy the campus after this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will also felicitate the winners of the GLAM Wikimedia initiative for their remarkable contributions and achievements. May I request Dr. Mohit Garg, Coordinator GLAM, along with the Wikimedians in Residence Felicitator, who helped create and complete this. These are 2 BS Data Science students of IIT Madras. Ms. Aisha is here, and Faiz could not come as he is in his hometown now. So Aisha, please join Dr. Mohit Garg and Dr. Navi Hassan for this felicitation. Over to you.
Thank you, Ratna. Ladies and gentlemen, first I'll brief you about GLAM. GLAM, Gallery, Libraries, Archives and Museum, IIT Delhi, is a collaborative initiative between the Central Library of IIT Delhi and the Wikimedia community dedicated to improve the coverage of topics related to IIT Delhi on Wikimedia platforms. GLAM is a global collaborative movement that enables institutions to share their knowledge, expertise, and collection with the world through Wikimedia projects. The GLAM IIT Delhi Photography Contest was organized to encourage students, faculty members, researchers, staff, and the campus community to contribute to open knowledge platform by uploading photographs and media related to the institute, heritage space, events, infrastructure, flora, fauna, and campus life to Wikimedia Commons. Participants were advised to remain mindful of Wikimedia Commons policies and the very important Indian freedom of panorama provisions while photographing the IIT Delhi campus. Under these provisions, participants were permitted to photograph buildings, outdoor structures, landscape, and public art permanently located in open public spaces. This initiative was designed to preserve and showcase the rich heritage and vibrant campus life of IIT Delhi. The submission period for the contest was from 2nd of Feb 2026 to 17th of Feb 2026, and a total of 75 unique users participated in this contest, and almost over the thousands photographs were uploaded to Wikimedia Commons. Now I invite the winners of the photography contest to come up on the stage. First, I'll invite the winner who have contributed the maximum number of photos on this platform. So to do that, I request Honorable Deputy Director Operation Professor Arvind Kumar Nema sir to present the certificate and gift to the winners. So first we have Miss Adya Upmanyu. Do we have? So she's from Kusuma School of Biological Sciences. She has contributed 92 photographs. Please, sir. Next, next winner is also from Kusuma School of Biological Sciences. I invite Mr. Manjeet Kumar. Manjeet Kumar is there? Manjeet, are you there? I think he's not there. Okay. Next, we have Dr. Vanita Khanchandani from Central Library, who has contributed 38 photographs to Wikimedia platforms. May I have a huge round of applause for... Next, very exciting. Now we have top 3 winners whose candid photographs contributed immensely to the success of GLAM IIT Delhi Photography Contest. So first, I invite Professor Srinivasan Venkatraman from Department of Design. May I have a huge round of applause? So that's the photograph, a royal on another royal. Next, we have Mr. Amarjit Kumar from Center for Rural Development and Technology. It's Amarjit is there? Yeah, Amarjit, please. So it's our near to Mittal Sports Complex. Birds are flying and the beautiful sunrise there. Next, we have from Department of Biochemical Engineering and Biotechnology, Mr. Devraj Maji. May I have a huge round of applause for Devraj Maji?
So all these photographs are available on our GLAM page.
Now, I especially request Professor Nema sir to please present the certificate and the gift to the people who have worked in the back end to make this event successful. As Ratna mentioned that Faiz could not join us today, so we have Aisha, these are the two guys who are Wikimedians in residence. So I would request you, all of you, please have a round of applause for all of them. So okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, please. Thank you, sir, please. I encourage all of you to please explore our GLAM IIT Delhi page on Wikimedia platform. We will also share the link with you. Thank you. Over to you, Ratna. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards the presidential address by our esteemed Deputy Director Operation, IIT Delhi. Before I invite him to address the gathering, it's my privilege to introduce him his profile also. Dr. Arvind Nema is a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering and currently serves as Deputy Director Operations at IIT Delhi. A respected academic administrator, he held key leadership positions including Chairman of GATE and JEE Advanced, Dean of Student Affairs, Head of Civil Engineering and Provost of IIT Delhi Abu Dhabi, reflecting his wide-ranging contributions to higher education and institutional development. May I now respectfully invite Sir to deliver the presidential address, please.
Thank you. It's my pleasant duty to read the presidential address. Originally, it should be given by Professor Banerjee. He is busy with the meeting with several directors who have come to explore what can we do in terms of improving JEE Advanced and GATE. So he's busy there. Very good morning. It's still morning. Sorry for the delay. I think we had interesting events, so I would like to be brief to save time. Distinguished guest, Chief Guest, Professor Uma Kanjilal, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Open University. Key speakers, eminent panelists, library professionals, researchers, scholars, dear participants. First of all, I would like to say this is Triveni Sangam of 3 events. Curtain Raiser of ETD, which we have seen just now, Annual Library Day, and 3rd Clan Alumni Meet. So it's a Triveni. So it's interesting that Central Library has conceptualized in the, with the able leadership of Dr. Nabi, Dr. Chaurasia, and Professor Alapat this event. I'm so happy to see this hall full, even in the curtain raiser. So I'm imagining the glory of the full event. I'm very hopeful it will be really great event, which IIT Delhi will be hosting in October. Such events are excellent opportunities for academicians, library science experts, scholars, students, to discuss what is the way forward. And it cannot be better than Professor Mausam, an AI expert, addressing us as keynote speaker. I remember my days when I joined IIT Bombay as PhD student. And first thing after my breakfast, 7:30, I'll rush to library. Reason I'll tell you why. And when I'll come back, mostly towards 11 o'clock, when the library staff will drive me out and some of my friends, we will keep some of the journals, books, etc., which we are reading on our desk. So the idea was to reach before the cleaning staff. Otherwise, they will rearrange our things. So we wanted to save some time in searching back what we were reading late evening. It was very, very fond memories for me. Babu Lapat, who was my close friend in the same hostel, will vouch. Some more memories of the library. When I joined IIT Delhi, I found it's quite different. I didn't feel like the way it was. It started becoming digital. A lot of searches which were very difficult that time when I did my PhD became very easy. The search systems were very powerful. And I'm talking about 23, 24 years back when I joined IIT Delhi. That time itself, we had a lot of tools. Now it is very different again. And it is evolving very fast. And all these changes tell me one thing, that our PhD students, master's students, and BTech students are really lucky. That AI tools, the data mining tools are helping them immensely. But that comes with a lot of responsibility. They want to search 10 research papers, the tools will give them 10,000. So the challenge starts there actually. They need to really filter, not with artificial intelligence only, with their natural intelligence as well. That what is relevant, what is new, what is innovative, what really helps them. So challenge is not increasing, I think. Challenge is only increasing. It's not decreasing, it's only increasing. And in this whole journey, I think the professionals working in library science have a great role to play in really facilitating what is useful for the scholars, for the students, and everything. There is great effort in preserving the knowledge. Earlier speaker spoke about preserving various things which are not well documented earlier. And now we have digital tools to document them, so we become richer. I recall my old readings, some history, some mythology mix. When I joined IIT Bombay, my 50% time was going into reading that, not my research which was in environmental engineering as well. So I found libraries as temples. You enter with pure heart, open mind, and at the end when you go out of the library, at whatever time you spend there, you become richer. You become more open to receiving. That was great thing for me in terms of library. Libraries are serving several purposes nowadays in terms of learning, several courses they are hosting, they are helping with MOOCs, NPTEL, a lot of open learning resources. Our repositories are becoming richer and richer. So I'm hopeful that more and more, especially BTech students, visit the library. PhDs do visit, and many times even if they don't visit, they do use library resources remotely. But I am hopeful that BTech students should be really encouraged to visit libraries, use library resources. So from that point of view, this initiative of awarding intense users, I would say, is a great idea. So it gives a good message that yes, you are welcome to the library, use, and we are welcoming you with whole heart. At the end, I would like to again especially thank our chief guest, Professor Uma Kanjilal, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais for coming here in a very well organized event by Dr. Nabi and his team. Thank you so much, and I wish all the success to this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking and inspiring address. We are truly honored by your presence and guidance. May I now request Dr. Vanita Kanchandani to facilitate to Deputy Director, sir, with a memento as a token of our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. Now it's time for the chief guest address by Professor Uma Kanjilal Madam, the Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, New Delhi, and a distinguished scholar and academic leader. Before I invite her, I will briefly introduce about her. Professor Uma Kanjilal Madam assumed office as regular Vice Chancellor of IGNOU on July 25, 2025, following her tenure as acting Vice Chancellor from 2024 to 2025. With nearly 36 years of distinguished experience in open and distance learning, she has held several key leadership positions at IGNOU, including Pro-Vice Chancellor, Director of the Center for Online Education, IUC TEFED, ACIIL, School of Social Science, and University Librarian. Professor Kanjilal is widely recognized for her contributions to digital and flexible education as the National Coordinator of SWAYAM and SWAYAM Prabha under the Ministry of Education. Her international engagement includes consultancy assignments with the Commonwealth of Learning, SEMCA, and UNRWA, reflecting her global expertise in technology-enabled education. A Fulbright Scholar at the University of Illinois Urbana campaign, she has received several prestigious awards and fellowships for her outstanding contributions to e-learning, academic innovation, and higher education leadership. So over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
I think I need this. Thank you for the introduction. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Arvind Nema, Deputy Director Operations, IIT Delhi, Professor B.J. Allapat, Advisory Committee, Chairperson of Advisory Committee of the Library, IIT Delhi, Professor Ramesh Gaur, who has been actually very active in the ETD arena. And I remember the first ETD that I attended in JNU. And it's a privilege that, again, third time it's coming to India. Ms. Kiran Chauhan, Director, DESIDOC, Dr. Nabi Hassan, Librarian, IIT Delhi, dignitaries of the dais, my fellow professional colleagues, participants of the event, and students. Good morning to all of you. I think it's still morning, yeah. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be part of this major event where, I mean, on the background, we have curtain raiser for ETD 2026. And I think the best part is what I'm seeing, the theme that is being taken up, that is ETD in the age of AI. Everyone is talking about AI now, and I think this brings in a great challenge for the libraries as well. I think we need to rethink, rework, and re-engineer the libraries. That's very, very important, and we need to work towards that. And I think today's convergence is truly special. On the one side, we are celebrating the annual Library Day. Along with that, we had curtain raiser for the ETD 2026, and also reconnecting with the interns, the alumni of the IIT Delhi Library. Generally, we see that interns come and go and no one remembers them. And the opening words is really, really interesting, which says that kahani hai dosti ki, kahani hai yadon ki. And it's a great idea to call back the interns, because our internship program for library information professionals is being realized in NEP 2020, and a lot of emphasis is being given. And IIT Delhi has been doing a great job in that regard. And I think many have benefited because they come as freshers, learn a lot about the libraries, get hands-on practice, and best of the libraries that one can benchmark the services that are there, and that kind of learning can take them everywhere, I think. So it's really a good idea to celebrate and reconnect with them. Now, this event actually puts in three powerful threads: knowledge, technology, and legacy, coming together in one event itself. Now, libraries have been moving, so I think those, when we visualize the earlier days, the libraries, it's moving from the silent spaces. Whatever we remember as a library, as students, I think it was just racks and racks of books, some reading place, some circulation counter. I think now we need to relook at what library should be. It should now become a living space. It should become, I mean, now many libraries, they're changing the term also, the nomenclature of a library. I have seen examples like there are terms used like learning commons, terms like information commons. I think that's very important because the role that the libraries play in the community, and especially in a, in an institution, educational institution, especially in the higher education institution, we need to also think of, should we continue with the term library, or we have a different nomenclature in future? And also with the AI coming in, immersive technologies coming in, robotics coming in, I think it can go places, it can do a lot of things. That's what we need to look into. So what we look into today, the libraries are no longer silent, they are intelligent, because AI has come in a big way. So they are now digital gateways, data ecosystems, innovation hubs, custodian of both memory and future. Now, if you look into, I think we have been talking about public libraries having makerspace kind of a thing. I think it's high time we think of the higher education institutions also think of. It can become innovation hubs. Why are not we thinking in that term? It can do a lot of wonderful things. I think we need to relook, restructure the library perhaps, and that's what we need to work on. And I'm sure the institutions like IIT Delhi, it's not just a support system. It is going to be an academic partner, strategic academic partner. And that's very important. It's not just providing, it's not being just a service provider, providing resources, learning resources, but also supporting in many other activities of the institution. And that's how the library should be moving on. Professor Gaur mentioned about how ETDs came in, and on the, in fact, when I was in the Fulbright, that was 1999, 2000, everyone was talking about digitization, and I had a first-hand view also see to what is happening even in the Library of Congress. And that's where things have changed. We started, major activity in terms of digitization started with the electronic thesis and dissertation movement, and it marks a profound shift from restricted access to open global knowledge sharing. And that's what the whole concept of electronic thesis and dissertation is. Now, this research that has been going on in this direction must not remain static. It should be circulated. It should inspire and also transform the community as a whole. ETDs represent transparency in research, accessibility across borders, preservation of scholarly heritage, acceleration of innovation. And when the thesis become digital, it stops being a document. When we digitize it, it's no more a document. It becomes a living node in the global knowledge network. And that's most important. Now let's talk about libraries in the age of AI. I think everyone has started talking, even in IGNU we are talking about why not use agentic AI platforms that can become a major change maker in the whole concept of libraries that we talk about. And the questions that are being asked, if AI starts doing everything, do we really need a library? Do we need a librarian? Because now you have knowledge in your fingertips. With a mobile, you can do anything. AI can do a lot of wonders. In fact, it's for the researchers, it's doing even literature survey in seconds it can do. What, as scholars, we were doing, it took ages actually to collect literature, but things are changing. But I think what modern libraries should be, it should evolve into AI-assisted discovery platforms, personalized learning environments, and data-driven research ecosystem. I think that's the new role that libraries need to play. Imagine a library that recommends research pathways, a repository that detects knowledge gaps, and a system that connects interdisciplinary insight automatically. Just imagine that. And that's what actually the agentic platform should be doing. And that's how it's going to help the libraries as well. In this emerging paradigm, the librarian is no longer just an information manager. I think you need, my fellow colleagues, you need to think in terms of your role as a knowledge architect. That's the new role that you should be taking up. Talking about the alumni, the living archives of the institutions, I think IIT Delhi has done a wonderful job, and I think many of them, and there's going to be a huge demand now for the internship because it has been made part and parcel of the curriculum, which means that IIT Delhi also, library has to be scaled up. And they need to rethink in the modern context what kind of services are required, what preservation tools are required, and also how you reconnect with the knowledge networks. I think a lot of work is required. We need to brainstorm and see how best we can provide these services. So let us talk about libraries and the vision of the knowledge society. India stands at a critical juncture where we are talking about Viksit Bharat 2047. In this journey, libraries will play a defining role. They are essential for democratizing education, bridging digital divides, promoting research culture, and supporting lifelong learning. I think we need to view, as I was mentioning, I think a lot of change will be required, and I think the libraries need to get together, librarians need to get together and see how we become agents of change and what kind of change we bring in. Initiatives aligned with NEP 2020 also needs to be looked into. Professor Gaur mentioned about Indian knowledge system. I think libraries need to work a lot in this direction, not only just archiving, but taking to the right direction. So access is going to be most important. Digital access is something that needs to be provided at the last mile, and that's very, very important. A lot of research and innovation is required in this direction, and I think libraries are in the heart of this kind of a transformation. The future, from libraries to knowledge ecosystems, what we are looking forward to, I think the library of the future will be borderless, which is accessible anytime, anywhere, intelligent, powered by AI and analytics, collaborative, integrating global knowledge systems, and immersive, using AR, VR for experiential learning environments. So let me congratulate ETD organizers and IIT Delhi team for this major event, and look forward to a successful, today we had the curtain raiser, and also we are looking forward to a major event that will be coming in, and all of us will be working towards that. And I assure any support required from IGNU side, we will be there with you. And let us work together and see how best we can change the whole library culture, the library communities, and how best we take it forward. I also congratulate the IIT Delhi for their lovely new website, which is already started talking about what I was talking about, AI agents with the chatbot that is there. I think it needs to be taken forward too. And also very interesting was this GLAM Wikimedia community that has been brought in. I think this is where the community works together. They start actually creating the content. And that's the culture that should be there. Congratulations again, and all the best for the forthcoming ETD 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your precious experience and knowledge. We deeply appreciate your gracious presence and inspiring address, ma'am. Now may I request Professor Nema sir to felicitate Madam with a memento as a token of gratitude. Now I would like to invite keynote speaker Professor Mosam from ETD School of AI, IIT Delhi to receive a live plant from Dr. Vanita Kanchandani. So before I invite him to the dais, let me briefly introduce him. Professor Mosam is a leading AI researcher and professor of computer science at IIT Delhi, where he also served as the founding head of the Yardi School of Artificial Intelligence, an affiliated professor at the University of Washington and former visiting NLP researcher at Bloomberg AI. He brings over 2 decades of pioneering research experience in artificial intelligence, spanning information extraction, neurosymbolic machine learning, multilingual NLP, robotics, dialogue systems, and intelligent information systems. Professor Mosam has authored over 100 research papers, received multiple Best Paper and Test of Time Award, and was named as a AAAI Fellow in 2024 for his outstanding contribution to AI. Recognized among the Forbes India's 30 Indian minds leading the AI revolution, he has also served as editor-in-chief of ACL Rolling Review. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, please. I'm here. Connected? Yeah, it's connected. Sorry. No, it's fine. Thank you very much for inviting me for this fantastic event. Thank you, Dr. Nabi. And I actually, I was really appreciating the comments made by the previous speaker, especially when Professor Nema said that, life of a researcher, a young student is much nicer now than it used to be. I completely sort of resonate with that. I also feel that sometimes it is a slippery slope because, when things get easy to us, we don't appreciate the value that they have to offer. I remember that in education, there is some beauty in trying to look for many things and then thinking about it and then coming up with an insight. But now the insights are being created for us by AI. And is that a good thing or is that not a good thing? we will all collectively learn over time, but, overuse of AI in education is something I am particularly against. But today, that's not the topic of my keynote, so I'm happy to have that discussion separately on the side. As an AI researcher, my job is to build better AI or think about how can we create the AI that really supports our users. And in that process, we have been looking at question answering systems over knowledge bases. This is work done by a lot of my students. And I'm going to keep it at a high level. Also, we are running a little bit late. So I'll keep it at a high level. But I will try to make the main points as much as possible. So we are in this LLM age, and when something as disruptive as LLMs or AI happens in our world, there are three extreme reactions that come in. And there are some people who just stay away from all these developments. These are sort of people who remain in denial, and there are even some AI researchers who have been like that. They have been saying that, oh, AI is just statistics on steroids, it's not real intelligence, don't worry, life will go on as it used to be. But that sort of slowly we are realizing is not the case, right? Life is changing, and life is changing very fast around us. On the other hand, there are some people people typically my age or a little older, who generally believe that the world as we know it is going to change, is going to end, and what is going to happen to jobs? Will I continue to be employed? How will I react to the changing world? And then there are other people, generally younger, who feel that, oh, I can just sit back and let ChatGPT do all my assignments, and life is going to be hunky-dory, and it's so cool that we are in this place, right? And somehow I'm in none of these three camps, right? I personally feel that we have to be a little bit more boring. We have to be a little bit more realist. We have to understand the technology. We have to understand it deeply. We have to understand its pros and cons, and then think about where should it be used, and also sometimes where should it not be used. And while the topic is not on education today, but I also feel that in education, we should not let students get indiscriminate access to AI. This is because students' job is to learn, not to do the assignments. There's a difference between doing the assignment and getting the marks and the process of learning that comes with doing the assignment. And education has always been about process, but assessment has always been about outcome, unfortunately. And AI is giving us better outcomes at the cost of the process. And I think we have to be very, very mindful of what that means for our community. But there is a lot of excitement. In fact, just yesterday in Nature, there were multiple new papers that came out. These are all published as of a day before yesterday. A multi-agent system for automatic scientific discovery. An AI system to help scientists write expert-level empirical software. People are thinking that, AI will just become a scientist, right? And, you can start thinking about the ramifications that will come with it. And it's a question. Whether you believe in it or not, the time will tell, right? Can AI do autonomous science? Do we need scientists anymore in the world once AI does that? And the editorial of the same Nature, the journal edition, is why AI cannot do good science without humans. So even there, I think the intention is that, look, humans, you are not good enough to do science anymore. The best you can do is to collaborate with AI. And that's all right. I mean, I think that's probably the nicer place to be than AI doing full science. But, again, time will tell where we are going to be. My personal research has primarily been in the concept of, getting the right information to the users when they need it, right? And in that process, I have felt that, so I should say that, that was just to provoke some thoughts. I mean, I'm not going to talk about AI scientists today, even though that's something close to my heart. And we have started looking on that in IIT Delhi as well. And we have some very exciting projects in thinking about where AI can support a scientist and maybe where AI shouldn't support a scientist as well. But that's for a separate discussion again. I have been mostly in the last couple of years, one of the tracks that I have thought about is how do you get the right information to the user? And there are three paradigms that have come out. One is the paradigm of LLM as a know-it-all, right? AI as a know-it-all. What does that even mean? This is the interaction that we typically have with AI. We ask it a question. It gives us an answer. We trust it, by and large. That's sort of what happens, right, in our world. And the running example that I have is which papers has Chris Manning written in EMNLP. In this case, Chris Manning is a famous NLP professor in Stanford, and EMNLP is a conference that is one of the top conferences in NLP again. And you can ask this question to an AI system, and what happens is that AI gives you answers right away, right off the cuff, right? AI is never going to tell you that I don't remember, I don't know, the AI doesn't say those things. AI just gives you an answer, it spits out an answer. And it has been often found that the answers that it spits out are just made up. And in the world of AI, we call them hallucinations. It's like, it is going into its parameter space and it thinks that it knows the answer to the question. And it just generates based on the parameter, but it doesn't remember. It doesn't, the knowledge isn't there. So when you ask a question on something very famous, something very common, like who is the President of the United States or Prime Minister of India, it will always give you the correct answer. But it is really bad for, lesser popular knowledge and so on and so forth. The other problem with this kind of an approach is that these are humongous models. I mean, 1.8 trillion parameter, I don't know how many, these are very expensive models. I don't know if you guys are keeping track. Everybody is thinking about what is the economic model, financial model for AI, because it is guzzling so much energy. In fact, now the war between OpenAI and Google and so on is not who can build a better AI model. It is who can get better, power, basically, who can build these large generators of electricity so that they can get the power that is needed to cater to run these AI systems for the world, right? So whoever wins that war might actually end up winning the AI race, irrespective of the quality of AI model at the moment, at least. That's what it looks like. And so these are humongous models and they are guzzling so much electricity. Do we need them for every task that we have? Why do we go to ChatGPT for every little thing? Because it's taking so much cost, even though we are not paying it now. Somebody is paying it and it's not sustainable. The other problem is that these models have been trained. Now, if I want to delete information, if I want to add information, it's really hard to do that. You have to retrain the model. And again, these models are very large. To retrain these models is a lot of effort, right? It's just practically very, very hard. So now you guys are the library people. I am not. So you have to think about what it means for your libraries, for your dissertations. How do I add a new dissertation to my AI system? How can I train an AI system? These are really expensive paradigms. We already talked about hallucinations, and sometimes this data may be proprietary. I may not be willing to reveal it to the world, but that's not just possible in these scenarios very easily. At the same time, and then it will say something, and it will make up a reference, and we would never be able to verify the reference. So the provenance isn't always there, right? The good point, on the other hand, is that there is only one model for everything. So that's great. And to the extent that we are correcting for the size, there is just simple interaction, simple computation. You give it a question, it sort of gives an answer without doing anything more. Now, in order to reduce the idea of, reduce hallucinations and so on, the other paradigm that has come up is the paradigm that you should think of LLM as an inference engine over some context. The context could be retrieved data, for example. So this is popularly known as retrieval augmented generation, or the RAG system. And so if I ask the same question, what papers has Chris Manning written in EMNLP, the model will not spit out an answer. The model will actually fire a query on an existing corpus. So now it starts to become more relevant to the library sciences, because now you have this corpus of dissertations and books and so on. And so the question comes as in the form of query. The documents go back to the LLM, and the LLM takes this information that has come out and then generates answers, right? And here the LLM reduces on hallucinations. But now it is slower on test time, because we are now firing a real search query. It is easier to add and delete information because we can change the corpus. But still, if there is a corpus which has older information and newer information, the LLM doesn't know which information is more recent, which information is older, and so it will still get confused if some information was supposed to be deleted. Again, it's a pipeline system, so errors can multiply. There are context length issues. So how much information do you put to the LLM when it is answering from these documents is not very clear, and you can only put so much. Some hallucinations still stay, but the good news is now we have some provenance. We can go to that document and we can verify. We can also work with proprietary data, and it's one architecture that works. There is a third paradigm that people haven't been thinking too much about, I think, which is very important. It was being thought about a lot until a few years ago, and now with AI, people have forgotten. And this is the paradigm of LMs as semantic parsers. So what is a semantic parse? Imagine you have a knowledge base of information, right? It could be in a database, SQL database, Sparkle knowledge base, whatever it is. And when a question like this comes, what papers have Chris Manning written, essentially the LLM will convert it into a logical form. And this logical form will be like a small program, and then this program will be done on the database, and you will get the answers, right? And so here you realize that this can only work when there is a knowledge base, right? So that's the challenge. Therefore, it has limited applicability. But these are much faster at test time. The models can be much lighter weight. You don't need the largest models. You have provenance given in. You can add and delete information by just changing the knowledge base triples or the facts that are in the knowledge base. This is a really, really nice solution for enterprises, because enterprises have been building knowledge bases all the time. I think library sciences have also been building knowledge bases for a long time. And so I think this is a paradigm that we shouldn't forget about, right? Which the community has been not focusing on. So just to summarize, there are three paradigms that I talked about, and these all have different strengths and weaknesses. Some are more widely applicable, some are not, some are slow, some are not faster, some are more accurate, some you can give you more trust because of provenance, they are better to maintain, etc. And so I believe that it is very important to develop all three paradigms, but unfortunately LMs as semantic parser has not been worked on as much, which is what I have been looking at for the last several years. Okay, and now at a very high level, I'm going to just show you what are the key challenges with creating this and what have we been doing in that space. Okay, so I had thought that I will do 3 case studies, but I'm already 20 minutes in or whatever, 18 minutes in. So I'm just going to give you like a flavor, right? We'll just stay. But basically, there are 2 challenges that I believe that we should really resolve, right? So. But before that, let me just tell you what is knowledge-based question answering. So you give a question, you want an answer. And the way you want an answer is you want to query a knowledge base. Like a question, what papers have Chris Manning written? It will be converted into a logical form in some language like Sparkle or SQL. And then it will be done on the knowledge base. And then you will get the answer. For training this AI system, you will be given question logical form pairs. And the KB will have set of facts defined by a schema. And the schema means entity types, relations in the knowledge base, and data elements would be entities and facts, right? So now, what is the first problem? The problem is that AI will never admit that it doesn't know the answer to something. Okay? In fact, AI is like this, right? It's just a meme, but basically it says, sometimes I'll just start a sentence and I don't know where it is going, but I just hope I find the way along. Right? This is what AI is doing. I mean, honestly, this is what AI is doing, really. It just starts to generate tokens and then, hopes that the sentence becomes meaningful, right? So the challenge is that the model always answers every question, irrespective of whether it really knows the answer. The model has very little understanding of what it knows. The model doesn't know what it knows. Right, and forget not knowing what it doesn't know, which most of us also don't, right? And if you think about the data sets that people had been using, right, for question answering, they were by design only questions which were answerable, because they will take a knowledge base, they will do some, create a path or something, convert it into a question, and then they will say, okay, this is my question answer pair. So, but that can't be true in the real world, right? Users don't always know what is inside a knowledge base and what is not, and knowledge bases are often always complete, right? Incomplete. So researchers, in fact, assume that the answer is always in the knowledge base, and in fact, they use this fact to show inflated performance. I'll give you an example. Suppose I said, what papers have Chris Manning written in EMNLP, and an AI model by mistake says, oh, Chris Manning converts to CG Neville Manning, which is not true, which is a mistake, okay? Now, in an ideal world, you should run this query and you should get null answer, because that's what the AI system has done. But what the AI models do is that they put a loop and they say, okay, when I run this on a knowledge base, do I get an empty answer? If I get an empty answer, that's not good. I will repeat it and I will ask the model to generate something new, and maybe the model will generate something correct this time and we will at least get an answer. So this is called execution guided filtering, and basically what the AI systems are doing, they are forcing the AI model to generate an answer, which can never be a good idea because we know that all questions in the world are not answerable. So this leads to A, inflated performance estimation, and B, lack of robustness. Now, we wanted to fix this problem. We wanted to say that AI should be able to say, I don't know. AI should have a good reason to say, I don't know. But there were no data sets even to explore this question. And in AI, we often say that what you can't measure, you can't solve, right? So the first thing is to create a testing framework such that you can measure the robustness, right? So we did that. So we basically created a data set for questions which included questions that were answerable as well as questions that were unanswerable. I'm going to skip how we created, that's less important. And then, so now we have a data set where we can measure whether questions are answerable or not. Now, as we were moving forward this path, suddenly ChatGPT happened, right? And when ChatGPT or something like that happens, your research direction has to evolve, otherwise you will become redundant. Oh, by the way, that is one thing I will share with you. As an AI researcher, I have had no direction in AI anymore. In 2013, I was working on something. Actually, in 2007 to 2013, I was working on something and deep learning started happening. 14, 15, we learned deep learning, we evolved, we started doing deep learning. Then BERT happened. I don't know if you guys kept track. BERT was this large model, and then whatever we were doing from 2014 to 2017 became redundant. Then we restarted and we said, okay, now we can use BERT, let's improve on AI. And then eventually, more things happened and they were happening very fast. And then ChatGPT came along. And in fact, ChatGPT was okay, but GPT-4, when that happened, it was very clear that whatever we were doing cannot be done anymore because it is solved, basically. Whatever we were doing earlier is solved. We have to get the next level of problems. And this game is we are constantly evolving. In fact, I taught my NLP class, and half the NLP class this year is completely different, right? And this is a constant process of evolution that we have to be on our toes, nimble in such a fast changing environment. So now LLMs have come in, and the next question we started asking is, should LLMs be useful for my knowledge-based question answering? Because that was something that now we had at our disposal. Now imagine that you ask this question to an LLM and not the older AI systems, and it can still generate a logical form. It can generate Python code. Claude is now generating Python code. So now why can't it do this, right? But when we started doing this, we realized that it's interesting. It's interesting because in every logical form, there are two components. One's in the blue and one's in the red. If you think about it, things in the blue are about syntax of the language, right? Like Python or Sparkle or SQL. AI systems, these broad general purpose AI systems really know their syntax. They don't make mistakes there. They write beautiful SQL. They write this large SQL sometimes. I can't read it. It's that complicated. They have been trained on gazillions of data points, right? So obviously, they really understand this. But do they understand my knowledge base, which has my facts and my schema? Obviously not. There are elements about my particular knowledge base that in the red, and that the LLM does not know because my knowledge base is mine. So when you started putting it for my knowledge base, it started hallucinating relations and schema types. So we added few short exemplars. That didn't work. We added more supervised machine learning, older style AI. And finally, with some effort, again, I'm not getting into the AI, with some effort, we were able to create this solution which had both supervised machine learning and modern LLMs together to solve this task. And when we did this, we were very happy because it told us two things. A, LLMs are not the answer to everything. Just ask an LLM and it'll give you the answer. That doesn't work. You have to think carefully. And in fact, the traditional ML and AI that we were working on is still relevant. We found that it was very helpful in low data settings, right? So if you look at the training data size, at 5% and 10% of the training data, our model FUSIC, which stands for fusing in context learning with supervised learning, was doing much better at much larger data points, then the difference is reduced. So basically, LLM and supervised ML is very effective in low data setting, and this we have not just found in this setting, we have found in many other aspects of AI as well. Again, I'm going to skip this, and the main point that I learned in this exercise was that LLMs have broad knowledge, broad capabilities. Supervised machine learning has specific knowledge because of the specific data, and combining them really made a difference. Then we started saying, okay, now we know how to solve LLMs. Use LLMs for our task. Let's see what happens in the unanswerable setting. So how to use LLMs when some questions may be unanswerable? And goes without saying that LLMs are always answering the question. So what did we do? Well, there are two things. So intuitively, when should you answer? When you are confident. How do you know you are confident? Well, we know because we are humans, we are introspective. LLMs do not know. So if you ask an LLM how confident you are, the LLM will say, oh, I am super confident. That doesn't help. But you can ask the LLM to answer the question many times. And if you ask the LLM to answer the same question many times, it will give you some distribution of answers. And sometimes the distribution would be peaky, and sometimes the distribution would be diffused. And when the distribution is diffused, you can guess that the LLM is not very confident, even though LLM can't tell you that. And so that was the intuition we used. We asked the LLM to generate multiple answers, and then if they were consistent, we outputted, and if they were not consistent, with some further effort, we were able to say that this question should not have been answered. So this way, we were able to create a wrapper around an LLM to figure out when should it not answer the question. Okay? And we got really good results. The fun physics is our method, and fun stands for feedback for unanswerability, and it sort of did much better than other baselines that we could create. So the takeaway here was that you can give feedback to LLMs, and you don't have to think of LLMs as one-shot interaction. You have to create a workflow around it. You can calibrate it by asking many questions, and then you can solve much more complex problems. Okay. So, and then I will give you a very brief intuition of the last study that we have done. This is when, let's say I am an analyst. Now, different analysts have different kinds of questions. Like, for example, if you're a terrorist intelligence analyst, you want to know how many Pakistani, terrorists are living closer to Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, I'm just making this up. If you're a sports analyst, you are interested in, okay, which sports team was leading in a game, but then finally, lost, or how many times did this happen, and whatever, things like that. So imagine that you have data like a knowledge base or a database, but the question you are asking is not just a simple fetch question, it's a more complex question which requires reasoning around it, right? You can write a SQL or Sparkle, but these SQLs become really complicated. So we looked at this problem and realized that reasoning on such knowledge is not something that AI systems have been thinking about. And so we created this very interesting data set that we call STAR QA, Structured Data Analytics and Reasoning Based Question Answering. And I'll give you some examples. So I know the font is small, so I'll read this. Is there a statistically significant correlation between a movie's runtime and its average rating, if you're a movie analyst? Or something like, which are the teams in English Premier League that lost 4 matches in a row after winning 4 in a row? Things like that. So now for this, we created this very interesting data set, 362 handwritten questions on movies, sports, and e-commerce. And now you can imagine that technically the LLM will write a SQL, right, given the database schema for this question answering task, but LLMs made a ton of mistakes. Why? Because these are very complicated SQLs to write. So for that, we said, okay, how would I as a human do it? Well, I will fetch the data and then write Python program, because Python programs are much easier to write on top of data sets. So that is what we did. We created a proposal that let's not do text to SQL, let's do text to SQL followed by text to Python. So if, for example, in this running example, find teams that won a league after they were not in top 3 at the end of December, you will first say, tell me sum of points per league and sum of points until December. And let me get this information, and then I will do some Python program to figure out who was the league winner, who were the top 3 until December, do the difference between the tables, and return a list of teams. So for that, we created a system where we first got the LLM to generate a decomposition, then it generated SQL, we fetched the data, and this data went into writing a Python code. Again, the LLM wrote the Python code, and then finally we got the answer when we ran this code on the data generated by SQL. It was more complicated, of course, but it allowed us to get much better results. For example, just text to SQL got 35% performance, and text to SQL code got 44% performance, and then more and more. Of course, it's not solving all questions. There is more work to be done, and that's good for me as an AI researcher. That also gives me confidence that AI has not solved everything, and we can do something still, but till how long we don't know. So let me sort of summarize my talk so far. Yes, information is indeed at our fingertips, but as an AI person, I would say that please do not just do one LLM call for everything. Please do not expect that LLM is a know-it-all. Please do not trust what the LLM gives you. LLM hallucinates a lot. LLM makes up information a lot. LLM doesn't remember. LLM is like, a super amazing smart person on drugs and, all the time, right? But it is valuable. We should think about how we can use its value. There are different paradigms. When should we use LLMs for knowledge bases? When should we use RAG? When should we, how can we increase its robustness? How can we make it more introspective? How can we make it more truthful so that it answers only when it is confident? And how do we combine it with Python and other tools and resources such that we get what we want is something we need to explore in the future. I should point out that everything I talked about was in the text domain, but once images come into the picture, things become even harder. For example, in this simple example, the question is count the number of circles above the rectangle and below the rectangle. And even for this simple question, models like GPT-5 make a lot of mistakes. So that is what we are working on right now. But in the interest of time, I will stop here and I'll thank the funders. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Or?
Yes,
take a couple of questions?
Thank you, sir.
As
Can
much
we
time
take
as you want.
quick 2 or 3 questions from the audience, please? Any question?
People are bored already.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, mic.
So, when you're querying and in your prompt, if you ask it to provide evidence, then what happens? Is it still, does it cook up evidence, or
yes.
does it?
It can do both things. It depends on which version of what model are we talking about, because versions have been changing. But at the time we were doing this work, which is about a year ago, these models will just cook up evidence, right? So, for example, one of the earliest slides that I had. None of these actually exist. It just made up papers. It just made up titles. It just made up authors list. And they look very reasonable because they are similar to other papers that exist in the world, but none of these papers exist. Now, over time, there has been some research on adding citations. And if you now go to Google and you do, you ask a question, it gets the Gemini answer at the top. It has now links, and you can click on the link, so you can see where it said something. But this has happened in the last few months. So, again, AI has always been evolving, but the standard AI, the standard LLM will just cook up references for you. So it's important to at least add RAG or maybe more on top of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other question, please? Any other question from anyone?
There's a question there.
Yeah, so it's not really a question, but also feedback. So my mother-in-law is a researcher in finance, and so she really asks really deep questions about finance to ChatGPT. And so she pushed the model really, really hard. And at the end, he said, I'm not an expert, go to the library. So you were saying that, what is, are librarians still useful? I think they are.
That's fantastic. I mean, if ChatGPT has now gotten to a point where it knows to send the users to library, it's amazing. But my experience has not been that. And in fact, even worse, what happens is that it'll give you something which is very reasonable. And the mistakes you will only be able to identify if you are an expert. But as a non-expert, if you don't understand that, that field deeply enough, it will look perfectly reasonable, right? So now that creates this very amazing slippery slope where the students don't do their assignments. They just look at LLM. They don't have the depth to realize that there is a mistake. They will just submit. In the process, they will never learn. And so when they go into the industry, they will do the same thing. They will never have the depth and the conviction to realize when LLMs are making a mistake. Add to it the fact that entry-level jobs are going to go away, and entry-level jobs are expecting to, go up one ladder. So we will be releasing weaker students at a higher positions, and that's going to be catastrophic in my personal opinion. But it's great that your mom was able to find LLM to say go to the library. We should get that. We should frame that the conversation.
Sir, my point is, being a librarian, we are always fond of books and journals. So what do you think about research scholars to find the research papers, how to get the quality of good LLM so that they can find a good work from thousands or millions of research papers?
Right. So I think that is, that's a fair question, but that's sort of what is going on these days. For example, even in the AI scientists kind of things, the first use case is literature search. In fact, you can ask the LLM to, there's something called deep search or deep research by OpenAI. I'm sure the other companies are also doing similar work, I think Claude, etc. So eventually in all of these cases, what happens is that they have a back-end corpus of papers and information. And when a question comes in, they start to explore. They start to read a little bit using a RAG system. Then after reading, they formulate a new query and fetch new documents. So there's an iterative fetch, read cycle that happens. And what to fetch is also decided by the LLM. So in this agentic environment, over an hour or 2 hours, the model has really understood various aspects of the question at hand, and they then summarize this information and create a summary for you, and that becomes your related work section. So I think that kind of AI is being developed actively in these large companies, and all these AI scientists are using it as well. Now, for a specific library, what we should do is a different question, because now for a specific library, there are specific documents, there are specific, we have access to some documents, do not have access to some other documents. How do we make sure that all the documents that we have access to, our users, our students are able to use? Then we will have to develop that AI at our end. And I think that is something that is happening at the enterprise scale. So if you go to not Google's and OpenAIs of the world, but if you go to IBMs of the world, that is what they specialize in. So they will contextualize LLM for that particular enterprise, for that particular educational institution. And so I think there is a lot of work happening in that space. Thanks. We should see how much time we have.
So as you are working on the AI, so what do you foresee the role of library professionals with the help of the AI? What should we do?
So,
what is your suggestion? What is your measure for taking the library profession on high note?
So I would say that this is a question that I have been asked. You just replace library professional with any professional. What is the use of artists tomorrow? What is the value of a radiologist tomorrow? What is the value of doctors? What is the value of professors? What is my value? Right? These questions, I would say the following. Okay. First of all, so Bill Gates says that in 10 years, 80% of doctors and teachers will be replaced by AI. Vinod Khosla says in 5 years, 50% of all jobs are going to be replaced. A study says by 2045, 50% of the jobs are going to go away. Another study says, oh, by the way, and Geoff Hinton says, be a plumber. Because plumber requires hand movement, right? AI cannot do that yet, although China's robots are going to change that soon. So, right? And in parallel, World Economic Forum says that 78 million more jobs are going to be created by 2030. This job issue and what is going to happen to each individual profession is a complicated question and requires a longer deliberation in and of itself. But the high level points are, some jobs are going to just reduce. For example, data entry jobs. jobs that are routinely automatable, right? You are doing the same kind of work again and again and again with limited, further depth, right? Those jobs are just going to reduce in number. For other jobs, what is going to happen is that AI will become a tool at your disposal, at least in the interim. Now, when will we ever be replaced and so on, we don't know, right? So I'll talk about that if I have time. But basically, in the interim, the next 10, 15 years, I anticipate that we will all be working with AI as a partner, right? It's called the apprenticeship model. So earlier, if something was done by a team of 5 people, maybe now it will be done by a team of 1 to 2 humans and AI together, okay? Now, you can argue that that means that all the jobs are not going to go away, but that also means that the jobs are going to reduce in number, right? And if jobs are going to be reduced in number, then only time will tell whether new similar jobs will get created in places where they couldn't create them earlier because they couldn't create a team of 5, or that no new jobs will get created. In the past, people had thought that electricity will reduce the supply or reduce the things, but more things got created because many more people could use electricity to create new artifacts. So it is also possible that once everybody has AI, they can all start creating jobs that they couldn't have created earlier with AI, and so we have a reasonable number of jobs, right? Now, really, if in the limit AI starts doing all the things that we are doing, then we will definitely go into dystopia, because then nobody will have jobs. And then there is a separate discussion on how we can maintain a high dignity of life, either by universal basic income or by creating a robot tax for companies which use AI. So again, these are very, very long-term and detailed discussions, not relevant for this. But I would say that you guys still have jobs for at least 10, 15 years. But the funny line that people say is, your job is not going to be replaced by AI, your job is going to be replaced by another human who can use AI to better effectiveness. And I think that is true in the next decade. Now, what happens after that, nobody knows. I think we should stop, right? Because this
Can
will
I
be
ask one question? Can I take one question, please?
Yeah, please, Yanthan.
Okay.
Very quick.
Thank you very much for enlightening us with your perspectives on artificial intelligence. Especially, I really appreciate the research that you are undertaking on AI. I have a question, and I thought this can be beneficial not only for the scholars, but also for the librarians. My question is, since you have spoken about that AI gives answers, but all are not correct. So, since you are undertaking a deep research on AI, I would like to maybe seek your directions in context to the contemporary. As a researcher, which are the most relevant AI tools, or where are the areas that we can rely on AI while seeking information? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I should say that I am a scientist, so tools are not something that I will be able to give you because we know tools keep changing, technology keeps changing, science moves slowly, so we stay in the world of science. But let me give you the high-level bits. So if you're asking for popular knowledge, you will generally find that AI is reasonable, or at least you can trust it. But I would say that why do you want to trust AI? See, as a library person, your job was to get people to the book or the document that has the information, right? If our students stop doing this, if our users stop doing this, and if they start trusting AI blindly, it will just, they will lose out on their thinking, and they will also get wrong information every once in a while, and they would not know what is right and what is not, right? We all know what happens when, Cambridge Analytica kinds of things happen, and, we are in a bubble and so on. So, we may end up being in an AI bubble because everybody is going to AI for information, and if so AI is saying something wrong, it is saying something wrong to everybody, and so everybody starts believing it, we will become in a bubble, right? So I would say that as a matter of hygiene, we should ask AI whatever we want to ask and then check the sources. Without checking the sources, neither should journalists operate nor should library users. I will give you that as the high level point. After that, we can have a longer discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable experience and profound knowledge with us. So, may I now invite Dr. Navi Hassan and Dr. Neeraj Chaurasia. Oh, Dr. Okay, sorry. Dr. Babu Alapat to give a token of gratitude.
So many of the people, I am his neighbor in Takshila apartment. Many people may not be knowing that he play really great harmonium and sing with his wife, tour internationally, and like apart from, I don't know how he is maintaining that balance. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time. Thank you.
Now we will have a group photo here in the seminar hall itself, and kindly remain seated, and the photographer will click a photo. The high tea will be served just outside this hall. Please maintain discipline and cleanliness and come back inside the hall within at least 10 minutes.
मैं चेंज कर दूँ
May I have your kind attention, please? Please assemble here as we are going to start now.
Friends, we have arranged your lunch in the library ground floor. There is enough space for sitting and standing, so it will not be overcrowded there. So you can have your lunch peacefully. Actually, this area is not allowed to be used for like refreshment, and there is a director's meet. So sorry, there was little bit overcrowding because this is not the space for the purpose. The library is little bit just 2 minutes away. So I think we will have lunch there on the ground floor. It is centrally air conditioned and you will have very good space. So I think it will compensate some way your refreshment that you missed, perhaps. Ratna, you may go ahead.
Okay. Now I would like to invite Professor M. Madan, Director Global Library, OP Jindal University, Haryana. Before that, let me briefly about him. Dr. Madan is a director of the Global Library at OP Jindal Global University, Haryana, with over 26 years of experience in research and academic librarianship. His scholarly interests lie at the intersection of scientometrics, science policy, and open access to scholarly communication. He is also associated as a visiting scholar at the DST Center for Policy Research, IISc Bangalore, contributing significantly to research and policy discussion in the evolving landscape of scholarly communication and information access. Professor Madan, the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and greetings to all of you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Nabi Hassan for the new website and the program that he is organizing for now. So so the next 20 minutes at least, I think we are going to speak something about a basic problem that I look at in the area of organizing the electronic theses and dissertations and discovery. Before that, when I joined the Gandhigram Rural Institute to study library science in 1996, the computers were just coming in, the old computers. I've seen it. We used to have some DOS prompts and do some computing, little bit computing there. When I told this to a professor, he said, I think this is the time for computers. Libraries are going to die. Since then, the death of libraries have often been pronounced on various occasions, at least in every alternative meeting I go. For example, when the floppy drives coming in, people immediately thought that library is going to die. When that becomes CD-ROM, again, they were under panic. So the library is a kind of institution is coming through this kind of every technology that comes in, immediately the death of library is the pronouncement will come. Why do we need libraries? At least after the computers and technologies came in. But I've been in this field for 26 years. And now this AI is, funnily, as Professor said, this time this is not only the question of libraries, it is for everything, the question of universities now. So we are a little bit comfortable because if the university dies, I think we have no space to go and work, at least in academic librarianship. So my problem is not about anything about intelligence. It is about my present interest. It's about I would like to discover information in a proper way with the available tools including the AI tools. The discovery is my main area as a librarian. I would like to discover new information, latest information, to cater to the information needs of my researchers. So I'm going to stick to the fundamentals of library. Or I would like to try to identify the area where I would like to use AI extensively to solve the existing problem. So in that way, it will be much more comfortable. So my question is now, do we have a proper list of electronic theses and dissertations produced all over the world, in all degree granting institutions in our country and the world? For example, if I look at the National Institutional Ranking Framework data, there are many number of private universities now offering PhD programs. The number is really stunning in one sense. And they offer part-time PhD programs more than the regular PhD programs. And for PhDs, people pay a lot of money and enroll, and they get degree, and they produce something called a dissertation or thesis, whatever it is called. The number is increasing. As I look at the top 100, every year, the number of PhDs enrolled in our universities, particularly the private universities, are very, very high, much higher than one would expect. They all produce theses, and similarly, all over the world, theses are produced. How to actually identify a particular thesis from this whole set of production? Do we have a proper catalog of all the theses produced across the world? Do we have access to all of them? Whether all the theses produced are open access, accessible to all possible would-be users. So these are the questions I would like to answer, but for the premise, I'm going to just talk first about the value of the information that is actually packed in a product called a dissertation or thesis. It's actually quite a journey to become a doctorate, to win a doctoral degree. Comfortably, I chose not to do a PhD because of the problems involved in the fulfillment of doing PhD, but I do research. Research is, the research skills I acquired through hobby, because I thought that I could not work in a limited environment under a strict guidance. I thought that I would not be able to produce anything better. So I chose not to do PhD. Probably that was one of the best decisions I made in my life, particularly related to academic career or something. That's my personal choice, but all my friends are doing PhDs, and my colleagues are doing doctorates, and I'm really happy they are winning. It's purely a personal choice. But it is quite a journey. So our theses are important document in scholarly communication. How often theses are used by a researcher? So how to actually identify? But article says, in general says, theses are used only by another thesis producer, another PhD student, and probably the supervisor, probably the person who evaluates the theses, 2 or 3 experts in India and elsewhere. These people read. After that, who are actually reading? How to actually identify the usefulness of this document thesis? We know there are many types of documents in scholarly communication. In science, scientists produce a lot of papers. In social sciences, people write books, and there are gray reports, conference proceedings. The computer scientists, they go to conferences and then they publish their results. So many types of documents are used in scholarly communication to know what is happening across the world in a particular area of study. What is the place of the thesis, a bulky document that every PhD student produce in scholarly communication, is the first question. There was a study by Vincent Larivere. Is a professor in University of Montreal, if I'm right. He's a famous scientometrician. Some time ago, this paper was published, if I'm right, in 2008. Then he studied the number of references in papers indexed by Web of Science database. I'm going to use Web of Science frequently in this talk because I've been using that tool for a long time, so I'm very subjective about it. So it can be any database, so you can think about. But this particular study was done on the Web of Science papers. So he just went to the cited references and saw the share of thesis references in the whole set of references. So in a paper, there are a lot of references. So if you accumulate, there are millions of references, Web of Science indexes, out of which every year, what is the proportion of thesis references? So when he did, see, after 1940 to 50, because that was the golden period of science and scholarship, because right after the World War, countries started investing more and more, and there was a peak. Even in this peak, that was only 1% of all the citations were theses in Web of Science indexed journals and databases. You have to really take this caveat very, very carefully. You have to really take that. And then gradually, coming down to 0.5%. This is actually the value of theses and dissertations when it comes to the scientific results published in journals indexed by Web of Science databases. And if you look at the subject databases, all fields of science and social sciences, except a few where still theses are important in communication, everywhere the usage is not as much as one would think. Even I read the paper which was published by Nabi and Manu on this issue, and they have given some data about it. So this is actually the situation. Theses are not used as much as the other document types, particularly the journal articles when it comes to science is used. So I wanted to actually check, because this paper gives data up to 2004. So I just wanted to check in Web of Science databases if there is an improvement in use of theses in papers indexed by Web of Science. The situation is not that great. So it is going down further and further. When it comes to 2022, 23, there was a peak, and then again it is going down. Only a few hundred theses are in recent papers. In a Web of Science, actual results we can see only after a few weeks or months, because the updation happens. The thesis use is not that great, or this gives a kind of opinion that theses are not used. So we have to actually validate. We cannot reject. So many hundreds of thousands of people produce theses. I cannot say these things are not used. It will be a huge discouraging statement. So we have to actually see the real use of theses. I've tried to give some information, but let's see. Let's stick to the data available in Web of Science journals. So I just wanted to see the maximum, this number of times a thesis is cited. The most often cited theses in the span of, I have, in all, I didn't give any year-wise restriction. I just gave thesis in the cited reference document. Then I found something more than 900,000, it's about 900,000 references on theses. The maximum citation was about 1,000 plus for this thesis by him on semantics defined. So this is what it gives. Immediately I checked the citations of that particular thesis in Google Scholar, then that has been cited more often than Web of Science journals, which you can really understand why, because Web of Science indexes only a select set of journals based on the number of times articles cited in a particular journal. So Google Scholar citations will always be more. Then I could count something around 270 papers, 70 theses have been cited at least 100 times out of 900,000 records. Only a small proportion of the theses are getting cited more and more often. So again, it is discouraging anyway to see. Then I actually looked at the publication year of the theses. So from when to when this coverage happens. So I could notice a thesis which was published in 19th century is still cited here. So and that thesis is available open in some university repositories. That's much more interesting to see. And if you look at the other paper, other thesis, which was published in 1892, this I could find in the references, cited references of papers. So the old theses are also being cited. Then I wanted to really see whether famous scientists' theses have some value. So with that question, so I wanted to check the real actual use of thesis. I mean, famous people. So I could find a reference on Einstein's thesis. So it's a big man, really good scientist. There is no dispute about if I cite Einstein's work among scientists. So there was a note by Norbert Stroman that the new determination of molecular dimensions was the second of his 5 celebrated papers in 1900s. So this could perhaps be very useful before actually the journals. 1950 is a year marked for the proliferation of journals came in. Before 1950, so all mediums were used without any bias. So anything scientific content that was used. So theses were used. And then I checked one more of a thesis published in 1940, just by Shannon, the Claude Shannon's important work on digital circuits. Then I found a note saying that another person, possibly the most important and also the most famous master's thesis of this century. So one person is writing a book about a topic in which he says this is one of the revolutionary work in that century. So it's not a research paper, but it is a thesis. But I'm getting 2 different views now. I get my numbers are saying something else, but the actual anecdotal data says something else, right? So now 2 different views we get. The usage in qualitative angle is something different. But you should remember, all these theses got appreciation were published before 1950. Only after 1950, we started counting more and more journals because the fields exploded. Specialty journals started coming in. All that happened after 1950. So before 1950, these theses were one of the important sources in scholarly communication. And we should take a point that we should collect all the Indian theses that were published before 1950 and put it in one place and see what is what happened in our country. That's a kind of note I could gain. So I wanted to expand this qualitative search, so I went to Google Scholar. I asked most influential dissertations in the history. Nowadays, I don't want to worry about the composition of sentence. I have to just give the words. In vector spaces, the connections happen. So in every field, they gave information about some examples, as I expected. I could go and check every name, and then it was probably true. In every field, there are some important theses and dissertations have contributed to the expansion of the field. Journal publications was not currency that time and all. Ideas were currency. Now, if you write a paper, then you get promotion and so on and all is happening only in recent times. When science was done for the sake of science, every idea was actually considered to be important factor, and then they get citations. So Einstein is Einstein. By the number of citations his papers won, doesn't matter to me. So it's as simple as this. So it gives. But what you should note is at the end, it gives an advice that explore thousands of other historic, prize-winning, pioneering works through ProQuest. Google asks me to go to a proprietary product to which one should have subscription to it to find more and more important theses. But what about this Shodh Ganga, NDLTD, and many other institutional open access repositories that we are speaking about? Why Google is not giving that recommendation to us? Because Google will not give, may not give, because they think the commercial, proprietary, private involved databases have some value, some organizational merits, and they may say in a broad umbrella term, if you want to use that, it is quality. Most of the American universities so Anamika is here, she'll be speaking more about the ProQuest Citation Index. I just put it in one place because the advantages that happens in this field. So the ProQuest has something around organized 6 million theses and dissertations, mostly published from some 70 countries, including India. I could see some Indian theses when I explored this database yesterday. 6 million dissertations, mostly American universities. So you have to, in many places it is mandatory. If you want to make your thesis open through ProQuest, then you have to pay some about $100 US from the student side. There are some problems on literature, many things are available. I'm just giving that. And then every now and then they give the most often viewed thesis. It's not a dull place. They are actually counting the number of times viewers, downloads, and so on and all is happening. So this is in a proprietary space. Okay. This is famous, everybody knows. And it is mandatory in most of the American universities that you have to put your copy in ProQuest with some kind of forms and other things and all is happening with some embargo. All that different policies are available for thesis submission, and it is a big headache for, in most places, for doctoral candidates. That is what the literature reports. Now, we have Shodh Ganga. In ProQuest Citation Index, you can see the number of times a thesis is cited across Web of Science databases. You can see the citations. Can we have the same data for Shodh Ganga theses and dissertations? How to do that? So Shodh Ganga is purely an open access initiative. We cannot give $100 for each because Shodh Ganga itself has something more than 600,000 the theses. And if you want to give $100 each, it's huge money if you want to really participate in ProQuest kind of databases. So that's not the idea also. So what we can do now? So we can depend on open databases like OpenAlex, where if these Shodh Ganga records are indexed, and then we can count the citations through open databases. So we can see how often the Shodh Ganga contents are being used by others, cited in other journals and other theses and other places. Can that, why? That should happen, right? It's an open access repository. It is a OAI PMH based repository, and I have one, we will speak about the technology a little bit later. So what is actually happening? So OpenAlex has indexed more than 8 million dissertations. The number is, please note down the numbers, from 6 million to now 8 million in another database. Within that 8 million, So I can see the number of citations here. You please see one thesis has been cited more than 25,000 times. In Web of Science records, I could find only the 1,000 was the maximum. But when you increase the base of knowledge base, then the number of citations are more. OpenAlex is indexing everything in the world, all good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. It's there. So the number of citations differ. So we can really explore better if Shodh Ganga participates in OpenAlex kind of initiatives. Now, we have only 600,000 records, of which 100,000 records have been scraped by OpenAlex. Only 100,000 records have been scraped. And you can get some citations. The metadata are not up to the mark. There are a lot of mistakes. And only a small portion has gone into this. The feeding has not happened. It is not getting reflected into the other discovery engines. So there are problems. Year problem. I could note down one year problem. The metadata is incomplete. The abstract is not coming. Open access status says it is closed. So there are a lot of problems. From Shodh Ganga contents travel to OpenAlex is not happening, properly happening, as my research goes. I think we have to explore further. It's a quick thing, so it might take some time. We have to explore it better. And there are mistakes in the year. It says 1882 instead of 1982. That is another one. 2 minutes. Yeah. 1982. These kind of problems are there. So the records are not clean. It's not, the conduits are there, but records are not clean, not indexed properly, and we are still not able to get the usage. And they are not part of the bigger discovery platforms. Our contents are not part of the bigger discovery platforms. So as I said, technically that should not be a problem, because Shodh Ganga is a OAI PHMH enabled repository built on DSpace. So it has to expose content to the service providers, but that is not happening. So if you look at the harvester, OATD, NDLTD site is slightly off now. They are actually asking us to go to OATD engine to check the global numbers. So here the number is somewhat different. It's about 7.4 million records, 6 million there, 8 million in OpenAlex. Here 7.4 million records, but only something around 35,000. The number of records I found was much lesser than the actual amount that is indexed. So here also the thesis contents are not going, the major discovery places. So this is one. And if you look at the other common OA databases, our contribution is not proper. So the Shodh Ganga is still sitting in a silo. These contents are, at least the metadata is not going to the discovery engines as proper as the other repositories around the world contents are going on. So there are problems like this. And of course, theses are archived at institutional level. So our institution theses are going to our repositories, and then IISc has its own repository. So this way, so the discovery, in popular engines like OpenAlex, in OATD, in Bayes Bielefeld Academic Search Engine, or any other database is actually missing. So the visibility of our theses are not, visibility is much less for the contents that are available in Shodh Ganga. So this is a major discovery problem. So another problem is the hackers, the open theses. The ethos in UK was hacked by others than all the records, and they had something around 600,000 theses published in UK has gone on one stroke. So when we maintain individual repositories, we should be really careful about and we have to keep the copies in different places, at least whatever we have done. We have to have several replicas so that we don't get much problems in these kind of problems. So this is my final question. So we are much closer to universal bibliographic control. So we get some numbers, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. And in base, it is 18 million records are considered as theses and dissertation because they are indexing both undergrad theses also. So we are closer, but still not organized, but still not seamless. We are not able to get a proper citation data for the open theses particularly. The proprietary ones get at least get citation data. We are not able to get the citation data. So these are the areas definitely AI can play a big role in actually culling out the references or footnotes from individual theses, and then we can organize it and we can enrich the metadata and make the metadata schema freely available to all open service providers like OATD or OpenAlex or Base, and there are many others now. This is really an exciting time for doing research. At once, it is an exciting time for librarians to do such analysis and then contribute to the field. So it can happen again. The fundamentals are the same. We need cooperation, we need technology, we need sharing of ideas. Through that only we can achieve the universal bibliographic control. At present is what my conclusion with my small analysis of the theses produced in India as seen through the international databases. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I took some more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable experience and profound knowledge with us. So may now I invite Gunjan ma'am to come over the dais to hand over a memento to Professor M. Madan, sir. We will now move on to one of the most exciting segments of today's event, the panel discussion. To share their insights and expertise on their important topic of ETDs in the age of AI, I would like to invite the moderator and the esteemed panelists to join us on stage. Please welcome Professor Ramesh C. Gaur, Dean IGNCA, Ministry of Culture, as the moderator of the session. Please also welcome the distinguished panelists who come from top administration, academia, corporate, industry, and global networks. Professor M. Madan, Director, Global Library, OP Jindal University. Dr. Rajesh Singh, University Librarian, DULS, New Delhi. Dr. Sangeeta Kaul ma'am, Delnet, New Delhi. Ms. Anamika Chaurasia, Senior Director, Segment Cells, South AC Clarivet. Please. I request you all to come on the dais, please. Can we have a big round of applause for them? So may I request now Dr. Ramesh Gaur to take the lead.
Good afternoon. I know you all will be wishing that this panel discussion should not take more time because We are between you and your lunch. So we'll try to finish as quickly as possible because we also need to understand the time limit. So today's this panel discussion, which is basically focused on the main theme of ETD, and we'll have certain questions related to the theme of the main conference, which is going to happen in October. So let me introduce you my panel. My extreme right is Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, Director of Delnet. You all know her very well. I think there is hardly any library who does not know Delnet or Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. We left Dr. Rajesh Singh, an eminent library professional and currently University Librarian of Delhi University. And since he's taking over this leadership role, the University of Delhi has totally transformed in terms of library services. We have with us a professional colleague from publishing industry, Ms. Anamika Chaurasia from the Clarivatic. And Madhavan, you have just heard him a lot. So I'll be trying to keep Madhav quiet because others need to speak on that. So I will not take more time in introduction and giving my point of view. Let me just start straightforward, the questioning. Dr. Jagdish Arora, because of some engagement, not able to come. So we have 2 rounds of questions, and we'll see that if after that, if we have any time, we'll take questions from the audience also. So let me begin with Rajesh. Rajesh, Delhi University Library System plans to create the Delhi University Digital Archive, or you have, I think, already created. What is the roadmap to integrate the AI into it, and how can generative AI change the thesis and dissertation writing in university?
थैंक यू सर। आज मेरा थोड़ा दिन खराब है। एक तो देखिए, मतलब क्षमा के साथ कहना चाहूँगा, मैं थोड़ा कम पढ़ा लिखा हूँ और बस डॉक्टर नबी हसन जो है मुझे फंसा दिए और उसके ऊपर से सर ने मुझे पहले बोलने के लिए कह दिया। फिर भी मैं थोड़ी सी तैयारी करके आया हूँ। सर, we started archiving the books which were out of Copyright Act and the thesis way back in 2008. And around 60 lakh of pages were digitized at University of Delhi, and around 8,000 of theses were digitized. But presently nothing is available. Everything has vanished. And what I feel was because of individual effort. So we have come up with a new idea, that is Delhi University Digital Archive, DUDA, and we want to make it an institutional policy. So the involvement of all the persons working in University of Delhi is there. To answer your question, since we have worked a lot for the policy, so I would like to just simply inform you or the audience what we have done. So the first phase, we have made policy for foundation, audit and governance, including which platform like DSpace, CCAN, or what other platforms we are going to use. Then we have made a very comprehensive audit, what is available with us, what is under our purview, not only University of Delhi and its departments and all 34 libraries, but beyond that, the 90 plus colleges of University of Delhi. We have also created a AI governance committee. See, our thought process was that AI should be integrated from the development of the project or the archive rather than retrofitting already established archive. So that we have done. we are also working on FAIR principles, because that is very important. When we talk about a phase 2, that is concerned with digitization, OCRing, and metadata enrichment, we have planned to go for AI-assisted OCRing of thesis, automated metadata generation by using LLMs. Some of the examples are the LLMs based on LCSH and MCSH, MES. For structural conversion from PDF to semantic HTML, we have made policies. And we are also concerned with multilingual translation layer, because at University of Delhi, we not only have the thesis in English language or in Hindi language, but we have thesis in multiple languages. Then there is phase 3, which is more important, and that phase 3 is AI-powered discovery and reader services. So we have given equal importance to the phase 3 also, where we are concentrating on semantics and conversational search, retrieval, like ask the archive kind of system we want to create, like something like a chatbot. Then we are also thinking to create citation graph analysis based on the recommendations. And when we go for phase 4, we have decided the policies in phases. In phase 4, we are concentrating or focusing on integrity and long-term preservation, in which we are looking for AI content detection and provenance, C2PA content credentials, and then blockchain or hash chain verification of the thesis. And the preservation, in terms of preservations, we are thinking to even go for locks or clocks kind of backup model. Coming to the last phase is ecosystem integration, because see, presently, when we are talking about ETDs and AIs, we should always remember that we are in an age when open access, open science is very important, right? So we are trying to create an ecosystem which is open, or the access is available in open access. So I think, sir, this is all from a policy point of view.
Thank you, Rajesh. Very beautifully elaborating your plans and even future vision. And definitely for a university library, such planning is very, very important. Now I will move to Sangeeta. Delnet, we all know that is leader in use of technology since its inception, because library networks, when Delnet was formed, Dr. Kaul was very forthcoming in having new and innovative ideas. So Sangeeta, in now present context, like there are two things. One is your products and services. Another is how to prepare libraries for the future, like training component, developing standards and guidelines. So in this context, how do you think Delnet is planning its future roadmap and services in the context of use of artificial intelligence?
Thank you very much, Ramesh. When we think about library networks, whether we think about Delnet or we think about any of the national or international global networks, I think there is a greater need that we need to leverage the potential of the major 4 C's of networking, and that is not only just limited to the library networks. That's because library networks are made of libraries only, network of libraries. So every library even has a crucial role to play in that. And those 4 C's that we need to concentrate on chiefly would center around the content, the connectivity, the collaborations, and yes, largely also the client base, your user community. So having said this, would like to mention that the library networks we need to, in order to shape the AI policies, there's a greater need, firstly, to implement the AI technology, especially for knowledge extraction. We talk about ETDs, all of us are knowing about it, the kind of proliferation which has happened, the extent of its availability. But the most important aspect, what we have not been able to do it prior to the AI era, since this is entire focus is the ETDs in the era of AI, we need to use the AI technology to, firstly, largely for the knowledge extraction. Secondly, most importantly, what is the new knowledge which has been created, by our young researchers, scholars, who are working on their research works. That's very important, because otherwise, something which was not feasible in the manual ways, the ways which have been prevalent over the years, we have to see to it that the technology now comes into play and they do that role. And most largely, also it's important to see the gap areas, identifying the gap areas. Now we can see that if this in particular fields, we talk about whether it's an interdisciplinary or it is an interdisciplinary. It's a wonderful occasion for especially our library practitioners to also recommend now to the universities, to the institutions of higher learning, that these are the areas which remains unaddressed, or these are the areas in which there is a chances for more collaborations to happen. And this also leads to another point. It has got a cascading effect. If we start doing it, you bring in the knowledge extraction tools into your AI, you get them embedded as a part and parcel of the things. This will eventually, we think about academia industry partnerships. So what the industry wants and what are our researchers and scholars doing? By using the AI, you would be able to assess, you would be able to see, yes, for these particular industries, my researchers who are doing the research, how far are they able to do? So it is something which will be truly a win-win situation for everyone, that the young researchers, scholars, they undertake the work what the industry needs. Gap areas are being identified, more collaboration. So these connections are being there, but it has to lead to collaboration. So it will eventually would be helping out in that. One aspect is about having this integration, because eventually all of us are more focused on accessibility and discoverability, but discoverability not till only the layer of this information searching that we have been doing since time immemorial. We have to use this AI more for the knowledge extraction, knowledge cultivation, knowledge harvesting, that we must really focus on. Another important thing that I would like to focus on, and especially when we think about library networks, that is to develop the AI shared infrastructures. It's very important thing. Where is the infrastructure for doing? We know that the government of India is most ambitious, that so much of money has been pumped into 10,300 crores, which has got into for building only the AI infrastructures. And that's also the responsibility of libraries, of the library networks, to build up, to inspire, to create a model wherein you create an shared AI infrastructure, because it is now everything. If you see now how the world is moving of the AI, it's a decentralized approach now. It's no longer the centralized, it's a decentralized, and this is in order to see to it that the systems doesn't remain, it's also to avoid a bias in the systems, because if you just concentrate at a centralized, and it has got it, we are seeing it, how LM models are being trained, but if you do the decentralized, one is scalability is being there, continuity of services are being there. So library networks and libraries, even a group of institutions, have to really work together in ensuring that we do contribute towards also in making this AI as infrastructure. It's not AI only as a service. We also need to look at AI as an infrastructure. Another important thing, coming to Ramesh's question, One is another important thing I would like to say, because the USP of the libraries and library professionals remains the integrity of information, the authenticity. That's what we say, it's being endorsed by us. Whatever we are giving it to you, it's something which is fit to use, it is most authentic. And yes, in the era of AI, we know that we are being just swept away, getting swept away, and integrity of information is always a questionable one. So we need to also protect. One is the tools for having the integration for data privacy. That has to be there. That's very important. And also the preservation techniques, data preservation techniques, that it remains like something which can't be changed. So we need to embed it into our systems. The ETDs which are being there, from the back end, we have to ensure that they are being there. Now, the last thing only I would like to mention about is about the AI skilling, the skilling and the reskilling. There is a greater need for doing that. Organization like ours, and I'm much glad to share with you, we have an India AI mission, and yes, for Delnet also, we have already launched Delnet AI mission. And just to start off, we had an annual lecture, which was delivered last year on 8th of October by no one else other than Professor Chaudhry, Sayyid Chaudhry, who is a chair of AI Forum for Open Access at Carnegie Mellon University, who was also being invited, being there in our main India AI conference here in Delhi. And we have been, over the last 4 or 5 months, we have been doing a large number of programs which are being attended in thousands and thousands of numbers, not only by librarians, researchers, scholars, not within the country, across the globe. And our major focus, one of the things I would just like to mention through this platform is, we are thinking about, because there's a need for, why we say the reskilling or skilling, also to tell them, that how limited are we making. Researchers and scholars have to be informed in a very bold manner that if you are limiting your research just simply for the AI, we always say, oh yes, researchers are using the AI literature survey, they are using these tools. But we have to also tell them that not everything published in this world has been either born digitally or has been converted into the digital formats. And the AI tools, they're only fetching whatever is digital. A researcher would at least be missing on more than 70–80% of the published works, and it's a worldwide survey which shows not more than 5% of the content is available in a digital. If a researcher keeps on focusing only the AI generated, which in turn depends on only the digital content, we are depriving ourselves of the knowledge which is still being kept, not in the digital form. I believe we need to sensitize our user community, our researchers and scholars, which eventually would truly be helpful in this entire ecosystem of research work, and especially in the era of AI. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Sangeeta. You are very much right that sensitization is very important, and skilling and reskilling about the right use and wrong use of AI is utmost important, and it is applicable for all technologies. So Anamika, I remember that ProQuest, which is now part of Clarivatics, was the first institution or publisher to really start preservation of theses and dissertations through its microfilming program, because I have long-standing association with ProQuest as a member of advisory board, and I'm very much aware of the activities, how keen or how ProQuest created this kind of background which leads to the ETD concept. And since inception of the NDLTD, ProQuest is always part of the board of the directors. So now with this new changing scenario, how PQDT is relevant in present context, and what are the new things Clarivatics is planning to make ETD, because now, in my opinion, microfilm is still very relevant, but the cost involved in it and the budget available with the libraries, that model may not be feasible. So what are the policy guidelines, or what are the plans in this context of AI in near future?
So Dr. Gaur, as you rightly pointed out, ProQuest and now Clarivate has been the pioneers when it comes to bringing ETD into existence, and also promoting the adoption and dissemination of it. So since 1930s, the research community has entrusted us with the curation and dissemination of their dissertation and thesis, and we continue to do that. And as the research ecosystem and the surrounding dynamics evolve, so do we, right? And even in current context where there are a lot of open access repositories and a lot of information is available online, there are a lot of AI models that have come into existence, but we still remain very relevant and in fact at the forefront of it, because we see all these changes as enablers to the objective that we are serving, which is curation and dissemination and enhancing the discoverability of ETDs, right? So these movements are actually enablers, because like Dr. Sangeeta also pointed out how still there's so much of digitization yet to happen, right? But these movements will actually aid that, so that more ETDs come into play. Now, speaking a little bit about how we continue to stay relevant, right? When you talk about Clarivate or ProQuest for that matter, we are not just aggregators, right? We are considered gold standard in any industry we operate in. So if you take dissertation and thesis, for example, it's not like we are just providing a repository of that. We actually do a lot of content enhancements. We do metadata consistency. We do subject classification. And we also make it much more discoverable than it is just being there in an open access repository. So these are the things which bring a lot of values to the research community, because they are looking for research collaborations. They are looking for building their reputation, and our products help them do that. So if you talk about the ProQuest dissertation and thesis database, that in itself is subscribed by thousands of academic and research institutions around the world. But recently in the last few years, or some of you might be aware that we have also indexed dissertation and thesis as an index into Web of Science. Now, Web of Science is a reputed gold standard when it comes to citation database, and globally more than 10,000 organizations and million of users actually rely on it. So by inclusion of this index into Web of Science, we are actually bringing in more discoverability to that content, which the research community really appreciates. One other key point which I would mention is, even though there are a lot of open access repository available, the research community wants to ensure that they can trust that their data will be safe, right? And if you talk about our products, we not only provide them a very clear AI use approach, but we also protect their data. We do not use the dissertation and thesis data, for example, to directly or indirectly train any LLM. So these policies are also very clearly outlined. Now, the question that research community needs to ask is, when it comes to these other repositories, do they have that peace of mind? Are they getting the metadata curation done on it? Is it more discoverable than it was ever before? Are they even able to track who is downloading or accessing their dissertation and thesis? Because in our product, we also gave them a database, a dashboard where they can track who has downloaded. So this also gives them insights into who can be their potential research collaborators. So these are some of the things we have tried to do to stay relevant. And one more point I wanted to add, because Professor Madan brought it up. When it comes to making ETDs discoverable, right? If you talk about student community, so we have MOUs at institutional level, but in cases where we don't have those MOUs for depositing all of their dissertation and thesis into our product, the students can directly do that. And we actually do not charge any fee as long as they deposit a digital copy with us. The fee is only charged if they want us to host it and make it like a open access, right? In that case, we have to incur charges for storing that data for public download and use without any paywalls. And that is the only reason that a very small amount of one-time fees charge for them perpetually. But if any of you is interested in contributing your dissertation and thesis to ProQuest, there are no charges to do that as long as it is an electronic copy.
Thank you, Anamika, putting us a lot of new lights on the your thesis and dissertation project. Now, Vedant, you raised in your presentation issue of discoverability, worldwide discoverability, and having lack of single window access system for worldwide thesis and dissertation. In this context, I just want to bring my own issues and experiences of NDLTD. We have this global ETD search. We are having 6 million records. Now, when we are trying to get the data from other institutions, take example of India. We have written to InfluMnet several times that why can't the metadata of InfluMnet be part of this global ETD search? You keep your full text in your Sodhganga, but link can be provided to make it or enhance the discoverability of Indian thesis and dissertation worldwide. These are the kind of problems we face when we are planning to expand this, because global ETD search means our aim is to make entire thesis and dissertation accessible to the world. So what are your suggestions based on yours, like what presentation you made or your research experiences? What NDLTD should do to make it more wider and more discoverable?
Thank you. Exposing metadata to different service providers, including NDLTD, should not be a problem for Shodhganga, because Shodhganga is using a platform which is compliant to OAI PMH protocol. The OATD is compliant to OAH protocol, so seamlessly the article, the metadata with the link to the original full text should be, there is no erosion of resources or money and other things are required to make that happen. It is only about the local policy, but there is no valid policy. When the theses are open, the metadata is going to services like NDLTD. I don't see any problem. We have to really persuade the authorities to really expose the metadata so that others can harvest and index. That should not be a problem technically, easy, seamless, not much resources is required. And I'm actually noticing one of the, when Shodhganga is refusing to send the data, hundreds of universities are refusing to send the data, which means, because hundreds of universities use that shared infrastructure. This is a problem of centralization. If one person decides not to send data, then it affects hundreds of universities. In decentralized things, for example, imagine in our country, all universities have a functional institutional repository populated with their papers, theses, and other documents in it, and it is maintained well, and it has some basic minimum metadata available. At least the universities can take a decision now. I mean, university librarians and research heads and others can take a decision to participate in services like NDLTD and others to send metadata. So here the problem of persuasion is still there. I think the community action, and then we have to write to people and then make things happen. So I don't see any money requirements or financial requirements needed for exposing and harvesting the metadata into other repositories. Yeah.
Thank you, Vedant. This question, not part of the panel discussion, but open to all of you. This global ETD search, which is operated by NDLTD, right now, because of fund crunch, we are facing problem of hosting. So any one of you belongs to any institution or anyone having a cloud space to host global ETD search, From NDLTT, we are offering that if anybody is interested in collaborating and hosting this global ETD search platform, can discuss with me. I'm not asking for any question or any answer right now. We can discuss. You can call me or email me if you are having interest. In this regard, we are planning a online meeting sometime next month. And those who are interested to be part of that discussion to launch that global ETD search, because in Western world now, libraries are also facing similar kind of fund crunch, and now membership of NDLTD is also not very high. So we are facing problem of funds. So we'll be definitely looking for a partner. So now I move to the second round of questions.
Sorry to intrude, Ramesh. You were speaking, to all our colleagues there. I hope it's also open for those who are sitting on the dais.
All
Perfect.
definitely.
So counter-sign, I was wanting to.
So basically, now we'll move to the second round of our question answer, again to Rajesh. Now we know that plagiarism is a big issue, always a big issue. But now with this use of AI, it has been further complicated. Now it is very easy to reparaphrase or make a system aligned not to detect similarities. It has become a very common problem for the librarians and the entire research community to identify the AI-generated plagiarism. So what do you think, how libraries should be prepared to face this challenge of AI-generated plagiarism?
Sir, if you allow me, I would like to ask a question to the audience. Are you, sir, just one line. Are you facing challenges every year? I'm asking all of you. Who is not, you are not facing? Okay. No, that is some different kind of question. So, sir, it is again reminded me of a sentence by Shakespeare, to be or not to be. We cannot ignore AI, nor we can accept AI or AI-generated content. I'm also reminded of 2015 and 16, when we both were part of the committee on plagiarism. And friends, it was University of Delhi which led from the front to define the guidelines for plagiarism check. And similar kind of efforts are to be made in case of AI also. We have given some thoughts on this. And the first thought is we need to redefine the originality, particularly in case of AI. See, originality is not the absence of AI. It is the presence of authentic human contribution. We cannot ignore AI. Then, this is some thought process from our side. We need to distinguish the new research work in 4 categories, like human only, human led with AI assistance, AI led with human curation, and AI generated and passed off as human. We will have to categorize the information which is created with help of AI. And then the integrity question has to shift from do you use AI to did you disclose it? So disclosure, mandatory disclosure is very important because we cannot ignore AI. So there must be some universal AI disclosure statements. AI use log and prompt diaries should be maintained. Co-author declaration is to be there. And we need to move from detection-centric to process-centric assessment of AI in the research. We need to treat AI AI detectors as one of the signal among many, not as a verdict. What we did with plagiarism tools, because the plagiarism tool similarity was only a similarity, it was not a plagiarism, right? Particularly in case of PhD, we need to strengthen viva voce to find out what is the contribution of researcher. We can also think of a random reproducibility of the facts which has been produced by the thesis. And then, again, we need to decide the labels. Level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, use of AI. Then, institutions, again, need to build some infrastructure and capacity. Sir, it was we who proposed that librarian will take this responsibility to check the similarity of research and further for promotion of already published research. So similarly, there has to be an officer, AI integrity officer in academic institutions. Institutions also need to provide approved and secure AI tools. The students should not be allowed to use Wikipedia or Google kind of AI tools. AI literacy is mandatory, which has already been opined by many panelists. Programs like my friends from publishing, they have been organizing programs like Train the Trainers. So such kind of programs are very much essential. And the last one is whistleblower. That mechanism has to be entrusted, because till now there is no such tool which can identify, even in case of Turnitin, it suggests that either it has been, the language correction has been done, or some content has been generated and this is the percentage. It cannot say, it is not saying right now that whether the content has been generated or it has been modified. So that is very important. For creating the policy on all these aspects, we also need to keep in view some already international policies are there, like COPE, UNESCO recommendations on ethics of AI, Russell Group principles. Basically, the situation was almost similar in 2015-16 when similarity detection softwares were in the market. What we are feeling for AI today. So we need to have a cultural shift with the policy guidelines among the students. And
Rajesh, I
believe,
got
sir,
a slip for time management.
I believe, sir, mandatory disclosure is very important.
Thank you, Rajesh. So I got a time management slip from the organizers. So instead of going further question, I have one simple one question to all three remaining panelists, and just be very brief answer, not very detailed answer. We are here discussing about electronic thesis and dissertation. So how AI should be used in future for enhancing the quality and value of electronic thesis and dissertation? So your one sentence answer, please, Sangeeta.
One sentence? You want one sentence? Yes. Yeah. One sentence seems to be a little difficult, but I would just quickly, would like to mention this is all being resting upon, we need to have a regulatory framework for ethics. Ethical regulatory framework has to be there. Just to cite you, there are countries wherein they take an oath every year for integrity. Country like Bhutan, they get it's a holiday, it's a public holiday, wherein everyone goes and take an oath of integrity. There is a need for, we do have this India AI governance guidelines, everyone is aware about it. There has to be an apex body, a regulatory body, whose entire work should rest upon framing the ethical guidelines for researchers and scholars. And this body has to take care of it. Just like any of the accreditation bodies, their work has to just be to ensure that there is a code of ethics. Like in medical practitioners, once they're being awarded a degree, well, before that, they get into their enrollment, they do take an oath for code of ethics. It's a erosion of the ethics which are being happening there. Everyone is getting swept away by the tsunami of AI. I don't know how many of us have seen this newspaper clip wherein it has come that the Nobel laureate, this Polish Nobel laureate in literature, name is Olga, it just came yesterday, Olga Tokarczuk, wherein she has committed that yes, she referred, she did use AI, and she said only for the initial, some work, she tried doing it. So we are at the crossroads. We are, as in library professionals, as a researcher, scholars, we are at a crossroads, but there has to be the regulatory bodies who has to, their entire focus has to be in having the ethical framework for research in the institutions. So this is what I would like to say. I would just like to now give a one word, that the one sentence. We need to, it's rethinking.
This is cheating.
It is now, yeah, rethinking and rewiring research in the era of AI. It's a rethinking and rewiring research in the era of AI, setting ethical boundaries, inspiring genuinity, originality, and transparency of human thought and innovation. So set the, the ethical boundaries and let them go beyond then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anamika.
So responsible innovation starts with clarity. On institutional side, they need to ensure that the early stage researchers understand what the AI policies of any partner or organization that they are sharing their ETD data with. And on the publisher side, they need to very clearly outline what their AI use policies is. Thank you.
So thank you, Anamika. Madan, you have already spoken a lot. So one sentence? Okay. You want to say, this is again cheating.
No, I'm not cheating. देखिए, मैं अपने पूरे अनुभव से कह रहा हूँ, 100 मर्ज की एक दवा है, मैंडेटरी डिस्क्लोजर लगा दीजिए, मैं जानता हूँ 90% जो मिसयूज है AI का वो कंट्रोल हो जाएगा.
Thank you. See, this publisher has already implemented it because Nature, Springer, everybody is asking for mandatory disclosure while you are submitting research. So definitely, when we will review this plagiarism policy, which was enacted in 2018, that time we were not having this problem of AI. So we drafted the policy as per the problems faced during that particular time. Now time has come to review that policy and to incorporate all these components. So I'm sorry, I will not able to ask any questions to all of you because your lunch is waiting for you. I will also not take much time. Only 2-3 things which I want to conclude. First is that there is a good use of AI and bad use of AI. Bad means wrong, unethical use of AI. So most important thing that we need to train our researcher or entire community, whomsoever using AI, that how best AI can help us and how AI should be a problem for us in research writing or anything like that. So that's the first thing every institution has to take lead. It is evolving. We don't know what will come further. Like this is just a starting phase of AI. We are expecting much more deeper and complicated thing to come in the future because now what is happening, the mere computer science background or IT graduates, they are not finding jobs because data science or artificial intelligence, machine learning, that has become so demanding that every company is looking for people with that kind of background. So even in the working of many things, there are so many changes taking place and I think we are expecting that also. But in future, we have to look beyond just our role as a plagiarism checker. We should expand our role. We have to become part of that system We have to become a knowledge navigator. In the real sense, we have to become a researcher to help our research community. Only we have our relevance, otherwise we will become just like any supporting staff. Now, it is up to you to decide you want to be a supporting staff or you want to be a academician or researcher. This is up to you to decide and make yourself in that particular role. Your future belongs to that role only, that how you are preparing yourself to face the challenges. Navi, please keep a note. When we are planning the conference, you have to keep some breathing space. Not to be very over-ambitious to have many speakers in just limited time. But congratulations to you. This is a great success, your curtain raiser. And it is a lot of hopes that we are going to have a much bigger discussion in the ETD conference. I request to all of you, please publicize this. Ask people to attend it, because this event is going to be very, very interesting. And I can tell you, in the recent years, this is going to be one of the most important event to know about all research dimensions, including ETDs. ETDs is a small component of this conference. It is entirely the research which is going to be focus of the discussion. With these words, thank you very much. Look forward to
Thank you very much, sir. But please be seated for a while, as we are going to give you a token of appreciation. So I would like to request now Dr. Vanita Kanchandani to please present a token of appreciation, gratitude to our moderator and panelists.
टाइम बचेगा थोड़ा. अरे सबके हाथ में पकड़ा दो, फोटो खिंचवा लो. वो गौर साहब को दे दो.
थैला सबको दे देना, थैले में डाल के देना बाद में.
May I have your attention, please? Please be seated for a few 15 minutes more. We are having a quiz session over there.
Just interesting ideas. New ideas. अरे थैले दो भाई. थैले तो सर आज सुबह 6 बजे रसिया से लाइन किया हुआ.
Now we proceed with the next segment of the Ideathon. Some question will be asked and the participants need to respond to these questions. And the judging panel will assess their answers and announce the winners. Together we bring together bright minds, creative thinking and bold ideas to solve real-world challenges and inspire change. I encourage all participants to think differently, collaborate openly and make most of this opportunity to innovate and learn. So with great excitement, the Ideathon is open now. Let the ideas flow and the innovation begins. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Satyaveer Chauhan, Assistant Librarian, to come on the dais and take the lead.
Judges कौन बता देना.
May I please also invite Ms. Charu to assist Mr. Satyaveer Chauhan.
सर हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आपके नाम के पीछे बैठे हैं.
everyone. I am Charu. Now I would like to invite my jury members. So Dr. Vijay sir is working as an assistant librarian, and Dr. Mohit Garg sir, he is also working as an assistant librarian, and Dr. Manu TR sir and Mr. Satvir Chauhan. So as a part of ETD 2026 in October this year, we are organizing Ideathon Live Collaborative Innovation Challenge. So as described by Mr. Satvir earlier, now we are going to have Ideathon warm-up to get a glimpse of Ideathon going to be organized in ETD 2026. So now we will begin the Ideathon warm-up. Now everyone get ready to answer these questions. So before going ahead, I would state few rules and guidelines. Each participant are allowed to attempt only one question during the session. Only first two participants who raise their hand will be given the opportunity to answer the question. A maximum of 2 minutes will be allotted to explain and propose idea or solution, and the proposed idea should demonstrate practical applicability and relevance to the given problem statement. In case the response from first two participants are found to be irrelevant or unsatisfactory, one additional opportunity for hand raising will be provided to other participants. The decision of the jury panel shall be final. So now we begin with the first question, which is how might we design a solution that helps a student instantly discover available library seats through real-time occupancy updates. So do anyone have the answer for this question? Please raise your hands. Anyone have the idea? This is very basic problem of library. Yeah, please.
I mean, you can
Can you please stand and state your name?
Just can you pass the mic, please? Those who are raising the hands first will be getting the chance. Two only.
Hi, I'm Shweta. I think a library app would be very useful to know what are the occupied seats and what are the available ones. So I think making use of that.
But what do we want in an app apart from being an app? Like it should be a mobile app, first thing, right?
Yeah,
You're
mobile
saying.
app. You
But
can give them details about the resources that library holds.
but how the occupancy you will come to know on mobile app? How?
Like how you get to know this sitting arrangement in a cinema hall or in a...
The particular idea we want, how they are managing this.
idea, I won't know, but I think we can have a similar system for libraries.
Please, if volunteer can check who has raised the hand.
I'm Abhilash. I'm a PhD student here at DBEB.
Can you say your name a bit loudly?
I'm Abhilash. I'm a PhD student at DBEB. So library has the several CC cameras, and we can use some image processing kind of software where we can see like which seats are vacant and which seats are occupied, and thereby we can have a dashboard at the entrance of the library itself, so that the student can be guided in that direction. A map basically, like with green color ones are like kind of vacant and red with occupied. I think that could solve, I guess. Thank you.
So have you seen any implementation, similar implementation somewhere or case study?
No, it's just, it came in my mind just now.
Dr. Mohit, would you like to ask?
Okay, so what kind of algorithm you are planning, that if you are going with the image processing, what will be our flow chart? Can you describe any kind
It is basically basically from the CC cameras we are going to like scan the sitting areas, or the CC cameras can be arranged in such a way where it focuses on the seats, and thereby you can see whether a person is sitting there, like recognizing a human in that area, and you can see whether the seat is vacant or not. I mean, such kind of.
But do you know any kind of algorithm or kind of thing with which we could do this kind of thing?
I'm not a computer science background. I don't know any softwares or tools for that, but it is possible. That much I can say because I am a computational biologist. So that much I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So next.
Yes, ma'am, please. Mike.
Uh, we can use thermal sensors. It is an IoT application. So everybody has some kind of temperature. If we are sitting on a seat, we have some temperature. But if that seat is empty or void, then their temperature will be some slow down, will be lower than a person who is occupying the seat. So we can use thermal sensors. That is a IoT application. We can use that for knowing the occupancy of in the library.
Any library are using this type of sensors?
I don't have idea, sir. In India, this kind of things are not so much, but in foreign countries, many libraries are using.
Can you name some sensors like this?
No, sir, no idea. But we can use that, but that requires a high infrastructure.
Thank. Now we move to the next question, which is how might we build a smart navigation experience that guide user to the exact location of a book within library stacks and shelves. Anyone? Please raise your hand. Yes, sir.
My name is Dr. Rajesh Kumar Pandey. I am working at Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri National Sanskrit University. We have already implemented this technology a few years ago. And since we have implemented the RFID technology, we have a handheld device where we put up the accession number of that particular book. And through that navigation, we can exactly find the book where the book is located.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other? Anyone else who want to answer this? Yes, sir, please.
Hello. I just cross-verify one thing my fellow
Can you
friend
tell
has.
your name, sir?
My name is Dr. Asif from IIM Kashipur. My colleague has just give the example of handheld reader. I just add one thing that handheld reader is generally we are using for the stock verification or for identifying the books in the other shelves. As a librarian and the library professionals, we are using a very classified schemes which can be arranged through the schemes of like DTC and others. And on the stack of the shelf, we have also mentions the all classification numbers and the rack numbers, which can be also displayed on the online public access catalog. So this is a very easy to just reach on the shelves and retrieve the documents by the user. I think there is nothing to be very serious questions. And second thing, one madam is giving us some example of the thermal chairs, which gives us a sensor. My suggestion is that this process is very expensive, and as you know that the final implications in India as a library is not possible, and the way which is very cheaper and the low price that can be useful for every libraries, that can be, I think, will be taken in future. Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you so much, sir.
Any idea you are suggesting for the same? If any feasible technology?
Yeah, I have some idea, but this is a initial stage of the manual practice, and later on we can be add on through the, like I just give you example, like when we have book a ticket on the Book My Show and somewhere. So we just see the seats availability on the app. So same kind of technology we can be developed in our library, so students can be aware how many seats are available in the library. So I think it's a very simple, nothing very.
But the problem is when the user enter in the library, we don't restrict them that you go to this particular chair. They have every type of chair. They can go to either of this part or either of this part.
So I think my suggestion is generally library has segregate the users. Segregate the users, like one section we have dedicated for the master students, one section is dedicated for the BTech students, and one section is the PhD scholars. So this is helpful to just analyze the seats on which section the seats are available. So I think this can be benefited for the all users. Thank you.
He has left the library. He has just kept the books and laptop, but not using the chair and left the library. Then in that case, if you see the app or something, that thing will show that seat is the book has been booked and it is not available. But the thing is that in true sense that is not a proper occupancy. That seat is not used, and but system will show that seat is unavailable. So we have to look into that aspect also.
Yeah, so some vigilant system should
Yeah.
be there.
Yeah, and see, for this, I want to share one thing, that if a book is lost from the library, whatever system we will use, whatever technology we will use, if a book has been not shelved in a proper location, missed book is just, misshelved book is just like a lost book. You cannot trace that book. Yesterday something I can say this, that yesterday student had came to me, and he said that, ma'am, could you look this book, we have 2 copies of that book, but we could not find that book because that book was misshelved. And at that time I told him that you can look into the online version of that book. We have the online book, Springer, we have all the Springer publication, and you can look into the e-book.
Ma'am, we are running out of time, so can you please...
This, I don't know regarding the technology.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. So,
Just a small request that please be very specific.
please adhere to time allotted. Now we are going to take only 2 minutes. The third question is, how can technology help staff quickly detect and locate misshelved or misplaced book? Anyone, please raise your hands. Yep.
Yes, in the last.
In the last.
Ankit, can you go? Yeah.
Please tell everyone your name.
My name is Arvind. I'm currently working as a manager librarian at Sai University, Chennai. For this, actually, we can do 2-3 options. One, little bit costly. We can implement or we can install RFID reader in every racks. That's a bit costly. Otherwise, we can do one thing. At the end of the day, staff can go and take a photo of each rack, and we can implement one machine learning system, which is like it will detect. We can tell that this particular rack number 1 is starting from 5002 AA2. It will be ending in 501. This if it is any book is means we have to write the algorithm like if any book is coming from different number, like 600 is coming in 500 series, so it can be detected with the class number which is written in the spine label. And there will be also a there will be some drawbacks, like if a book was too thin, that spine label we cannot paste there, so that we have to see. And for the first question, which is asked that I raised my hand, but nobody.
But you missed the opportunity. Now I will focus on this only.
Oh, okay.
So,
Thank you.
Any case study you have seen this kind of case studies?
Case study I didn't find, but I am trying to implement in my university.
Just want to know one thing. I mean, when you are saying RFID racks, about the RFID racks, right?
Yes.
So, don't you think that there will be radio frequency inference as well?
that if you are using metal racks, there will be that issue will be there. We have to go for
how to eradicate?
we have to go for wooden racks.
Uh, Okay, about this, the application you mentioned about this using machine learning, my particular question is that what about if we have huge collection? And we have to, instead of implementing technology to serve better, to find some solution in efficient way, we are engaging more staff to take the photos, then we have to implement some kind of image processing. Rather, can be any solutions where such kind of photos, or it could be automatically taken up and that kind of thing, like some robotic aspect.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, if
Yeah.
I was intern in IIT Delhi, so I used to get allotted 3 or 4 racks for me. Daily, I have to spend 1 hour or half hour for my rectification. So after my rectification, I can take a photo of myself. I can upload the system. It will show me that okay, this book is misplaced. I have to rearrange.
You have passed the time actually, so we are running out of time, Dr. Mohit. So I think
Okay.
we can take one of the suggestions, right? We can consider one of the innovation.
Thank you, Arvind. Now moving to the next question. Question number 4. What strategies could reduce metadata error caused by LMS migration and manual data entry or human error? Anyone please raise your hands.
This is quite common problems with the library, I think. So everybody must be facing this problem. So any solution? Yes, ma'am, please. What's your good name?
So, for manual entry, we can do Z39.5. So, it mostly reduces the errors because the data is already entered and we are just transferring it to our database. So, we can use that Z39.5.
Actually, the problem is like, when we are moving from one of the software to another software, like there are like migrations, or like, particularly we have seen when we are like in the newer libraries, we take up the work from some of the students which are not library science students, and then we take up the data and they entered wrong entry kind of thing. So is there any solution for that? Is there any solution we could do, Savita? Is there anything?
That sir, we can do bulk cataloging. Only that I know what I don't know about technology. Maybe like after this quiz, maybe I'll get to know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Savita. Anyone else who want to answer this? Please raise your hand.
Yes, please. Kranti.
Your good name?
My name is Srijan. I'm from University of Calcutta. So as a substitute to that, what she said, like Z39.50 or any other things, in today's terms, where the LLMs are more being trained and practiced with other integration, so we can also do like, we can set up a feature engineering, or we can simply put an extracted features. So while importing that data, or like extracting the data from that particular previous LMS to the another LMS, it could automatically fetch only the required data in a required format. So by just incorporating that feature engineering phase, or extracting featured algorithm, we can just put out the data in whatever format we need. Then we can export the data and input it into the new system. So that way we can also do that.
Ma'am, please tell your name.
Ma'am, please, ma'am, your name.
My name is Alka Rai. I am from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. So just, I'm not actually expert of this, but I can suggest how feasible it is. You have to decide, because you all the judges. We can import the data in KBART file format.
KBART is for the journals only. He is talking about the books entry in the LMS.
Okay. Are any other format? I said I am not.
Because covered file you get the good amount of data, but it's only for the journals. It's not for the books which are entered in the LMS.
Okay.
So that would not solve the problem. Here the problem is that someone has entered the wrong data, metadata in the system in LMS. Then how the technology can help in importing the correct data from the wrong to
Right.
another
Yeah.
one. That's the important.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Anybody considering Google Books API for reconciliation?
Okay, I think
Anyone?
we can move.
Thank you. Now we should move on next question, which is what might be the area where AI can be implemented in the ETD life cycle and how? Do anyone have idea?
Yes, in the back there.
Hello, my name is Dipali. I am a junior research fellow at University of Lucknow. We can implement AI in ETD lifecycle in recommendation system and search systems. So how it can be done? We can implement some systems into the ETD lifecycle like smart systems where when a researcher or anybody can search, they will get to know the synonyms or maybe the keywords that are more related to your search, so that the thesis that are not retrieved now, because there is a lot of information overload and people actually don't know how to use keywords and how to retrieve the particular thesis and dissertations. So this way AI can be implemented and it will be used more, like thesis can be used more by people, they can be retrieved more. Thank you.
Thank you,
Any?
Dipali. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. So I'm Dr. Ranjit from University of Delhi. So I think the answer to this question has already given by Dr. Rajesh Singh sir when he was discussing Duda platform. So there are three phases I think where we can implement AI. The first phase is when we are planning for the digitization. So whenever we are planning for the digitization, we can have AI assisted OCRing of the digitized materials. So that's the first phase. Second phase, whenever we are doing the metadata thing, so for the metadata extraction and enabling, so we can have AI assisted metadata extraction using some of the machine learning models like the BERT model. And at the end, for the user's perspective, we can have AI assisted discovery tools, okay, where we can find, we can have the searching and discovery of the thesis and dissertations. So there are three major life cycle, ETD life cycle, where we can implement AI. Thank you.
Do you have any specific examples for this?
I don't. I think ProQuest thesis and dissertation, they have some use cases, and there are several use cases from some of the foreign libraries. I'm not remembering the name right now, but there are some use cases available that I have researched.
I want to ask one more thing. What is the relevancy and ranking criteria of the retrieval you are talking about, the metadata retrieval, when you are using the machine learning?
Metadata, I'm not talking about metadata retrieval. I'm talking about metadata extraction. So there is difference between retrieval and the extraction. So we can have several things.
Yes, ma'am, please.
English. So AI can help in translating those theses. Like in IIT Delhi, we have mandate to write Hindi abstracts. So many times students are finding difficulty in writing Hindi abstracts. So their AI can help, particularly Google Translate, ChatGPT, DeepL, or many other applications that have that are using AI for their translation. So in India, we can use AI for translating multilingual thesis.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else want to answer it? Okay, thank you. I would request our jury member to declare the winner of these questions.
So for question number 1, we have the winner, Mr. Abhilash. So can you please come up on stage?
I would like to request Dr. Shankar Chavan sir to come on the stage. A huge round of applause for him.
For the second question, we have the winner, Dr. Rajesh.
Please come on the stage. Please show some excitement, clap.
For the third question, Mr. Arvind.
Please come on the stage.
Next is Mr. Srijan for the fourth question.
Please come.
And finally, for the last question, Dr. Ranjit.
Please come on the stage. Now over to you, Ratna, please. Thank you so much, everyone.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of today's first half of the event, we will now have a final segment, the poll and summing up and vote of thanks. We request all participants to kindly take part in the poll and share their valuable feedback. Your responses will help us make future sessions more impactful. Following this, we will have a brief summing up of the key highlights and takeaways from the event.
So you can just scan this code, QR code, and you can answer. There are some few questions are there, only 5 questions. And these are the only normal questions, but what you're actually expecting in the ETD, these questions are there. So please fill up it, so that it helps us to prepare for the October events well with good contents and all.
Finally, we will conclude the event with the vote of thanks, expressing our sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, guests, organizers, and participants for making this event a great success. I now want to invite our Deputy Librarian, Dr. Shankar Chavan sir, to sum up and give his concluding remarks. So over to you, sir.
Half of the day's programs, right? So we started with the lighting up the lamps and Saraswati Vandana, and we have a very good talk from the experts, right? And we also have a the curtain raiser inaugurated, and we also the library website was inaugurated, right? And it was a very good content. Especially the experts, those who they given the talk was very thoughtful, right? And actually the need of the hours has the covered, and it's very important that we have to be move along with the needs of the society, what actually the future needed, right? So, and this is my great pleasure to be propose the vote of the thanks, right? So first and foremost, I will thanks to our chief guest, Professor Uma Kanjilal, madam. She is a vice chancellor at IGNOU. She gave the inspire address to the society and explore how we have to be moved for the needs of the times. And also thanks for the extending the support Professor Arvind Nima, the Deputy Director and Operations, for giving his valuable guidance, encourage, and the presidential address. I also extend our Chairman ACL, Professor Babu Alapat sir, for his the continuous support to execute this event. And my sincere thanks to Professor Ramesh God, the conference chair, the conference committee chair, NDLTD, and ETD 2026 for his visionary contribution and leadership in advancing the ETD movement globally. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, Professor Mosam, Professor Madan, Dr. Rajesh Singh, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, and Ms. Anamika Chaurasia for sharing their valuable insight and experience with us. I sincerely acknowledge the support of all the participating institutions, publishers, industry partners, and professional colleagues across the India. And a special word of appreciation goes to all the clan members and alumni who continued associated with IIT Delhi Library and reflecting their strength, the professional, family, and mentorship in cultures. I also thanks to the organizing committee, the technical team members, volunteers, interns, and every member who directly or indirectly contributed in success of this event. And my sincere thanks, gratitude also goes to the participants, because without the participant, the event will not be the success. So I thanks to all the participants for coming from such a long distance in the scorching heat and attending this event. Right? And finally, I once again welcome you all to the future event which is happening in the October, that is ETD 2026, right? In October 23, from October 23 to 25, right? And we can again have a very good discussion during that time. And I am once again requesting all of you to contribute to the papers, right? And the last date is already has explained by the Satvi, the 30th May is extended, and you can also contribute to all, right? With this, I am once again thanking to all the participants, and here I am also thanking the Institute for providing all the support to execute this event. So thank you once again, and I am requesting to all of you that we join for the lunch. It is arranged at Central Library, ground floor. Right. So please join for the lunch, and after lunch, please come back here. So there are the different events are organizing, right? So please join after the lunch here in the same hall. Thank you once again.